This conference will now be recorded.
You're good? All right, we'll call the work session to order at 8:03. Please silence your cell phones and stand for the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, everyone. The work session will be on 2025 budget planning. Michael?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Appreciate the additional time. We're going to hear from Mr. Shiro and Ms. Berry today as well. Going through some of their 2025 budgetary programs. Get some good information there, but first I handed out to you just an updated summary. I'll bring that up quick too. And I just wanted to review some of the changes. Spend a lot of time on this right now. If we have extra time or bonus time towards the end, we can come back. But I want to take a couple of minutes to walk through the forecast document that was sent to you a couple of weeks ago. And then this summary document. So you had this document, I know that's small, but it's just a reference in your packet and what you've seen in the last couple of years. This is the same information, it's just consolidated in some ways. It's essentially I looked at the old version and decided that it just wasn't that intuitive. You're seeing some of the line item detail that just really means nothing to the average consumer when you look at it. So a lot of this is just closer consolidating at the departmental level, so you can get an idea of what the total programmatic costs are. You can always get into more line item detail, the sum of the parts, if you will, but it's, I think, helpful to at least see the top level in names and vernacular that you're used to seeing, so that we can associate what the actual shifts and changes are at the departmental or divisional level. So that's the major change that's happening. And then there are individual changes happening, and there's just kind of this little legend down at the bottom. If it's a different color on this TV, on my screen it was blue. But if there is a blue text in that 2025, it's just indicating that there is some reserve funds of some kind, a restricted fund being used that's impacting that budgetary program. And if it's yellow, it's highlighted, it's just indicating that this is where there was a change from the previous version you saw. So any iteration of this you'll see the version identification up at the top. This is simply version 2. And then if you flip over the page you're holding or looking at, that just gives you a quick summary of here are the things that did change from previous version to this version. So at the end of the day, of course, we're still landing at that 1.5%, which is what the whole program is based upon. There's just more summaries and a different way of presenting the information itself as well. I wanted to go through some appropriations today too. We'll come back and look at that a little bit later, but just wanted to walk through the appropriations list. So that's something I do every single year to make sure that the commissioners are all on the same page with this line. So you'll see that being one of the changes on that front page, that appropriations categories. So on the financial system, we had 4 different organizational codes that were all appropriations, but they're just kind of all over the place. And it's irritating me. So I asked Amy nicely to consolidate all of those into a word code, just simply called appropriations. So at 307,843 that you see used to be 4 different places in the budget. It's all just one landing spot in the budget at this point in time. So it's more functional, practical, a lot easier to match up. If you ask me, well, where does this number come from? Just go to that one landing spot in the budget, run down that list, and that list is exactly as it appears on this appropriations spreadsheet, tracking sheet that Beth uses throughout the year as well too, to put this together as requests come in, as our letters are sent out to people. If someone had an appropriation the previous year, we send them a letter, email, usually in April or May, to say, hey, we sent money last year. What happened with that money? Did you send money? If you have any requests, please send it to us by this point in time. So that's just kind of what that looks like. The forecast itself, I'll pause if you have any. I'm sure you have some questions. That'd be a silly way to put it. But any major questions you want to think through, or questions on the timeline itself, as we're working backwards effectively from September 17th, when we need to adopt a preliminary levy and budget for 2025. Have a smattering of work sessions scheduled, as you see, between today and then. If some are not needed, that's okay. You can make that determination based upon the information and how you're feeling. Hopefully some of the summary information was useful within the forecast document itself too. But one thing I wanted to park on briefly is the levy information, as I found this is helpful as we get a benchmark of where have we been versus where are we going. Back up a little bit here as I capture just this 20-year period of budget and levy information and what conclusions can we draw based upon this. And I allege in consideration of what this program is based upon, a 1.5% increase in 2025. It's a very conservative approach. It has been for the last number of years. That's a good thing. Something that I was tasked with coming into this role was figuring out what that quote unquote right levy number is for Waseca County. There was some feeling at the time from the commissioners that it was just not necessarily even the right threshold, but is it too high? Is it comparable to some of counties of like size in our areas across the state? And that's what we've been focusing on in the incremental changes that you've been making over the last few years. So it's pretty stark when you look at a 20-year period for Waseca County, and in years 2006 through 2020, the total percentage increase of levy was nearly 100%. And then The next 5 years, with a 1.5% increase in 2025, the cumulative increase would be only 8.11%. So as you can see, a tremendous amount of right sizing that would be happening in that subsequent 5-year period. First 15 being nearly 100% increase, the remaining 5 levy percent change. And then, of course, we always, well, I should say, at least I always want to look at what that ratio is. I don't have all of those numbers on there in my spreadsheet. We have a few more columns. But wanting to know what that ratio of budget to levy is, that's, I think, a helpful tool to look at as you track. As you're aware, our budget does not equal levy. It's sometimes a misconception and a term we would use more overlapping in maybe the private world. Budget does not equal levy, so an increase in budget isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just how the levy is following that budget, which is what we'd be mostly concerned about or talking about. But each of the last 5 years, even looking from a CPI indice or PCE indice, SSA, consistently been below inflationary standards for the last 5 years. Every time that happens, if you have a 1.5% increase going into 2025, that's a cut of something. I mean, if you have inflation up here and the levy threshold right here, we're saying we're going to figure out how to condense, how to consolidate, how to do things either more efficiently or cheaper. And that's a good approach. So that's what we've been doing over the last 5 years. I feel like we're getting close to what that, so to speak, right number should be. And this has been probably the most challenging year in putting all of those pieces together in a good way. Very comfortable with where the county is and confident moving forward with the various fund balances that we have. And we'll get more to fund balances either today if we have time or another day. Any immediate questions here before I turn it over to John? All right, John. Take it away.
Thank you, Michael. Morning, Commissioners. I do have a handout here. And as I'm handing this, I can maybe talk about it. As the Commissioners are likely aware, our office is what they call a CPO office. It's a county probation office system. What that means is we supervise the gross misdemeanors, the misdemeanors, juvenile, and pretrial cases. The state supervises the felony level cases. We've been that as long as I remember, to be honest. Even when I started in the field, I think Waseca County was a CPO office. A number of years ago, actually before I started here, some of the commissioners may remember that. It was a handful of years before I started here. Waseca County looked at changing delivery systems to a CCA model. It would have been a joint process at that time. It would have been with Steele and Dodge County. There was a number of reasons why it would have to be a joint county. We were too small to go individually. And that was one of the main reasons why they did. Back then, there's a number of reasons why smaller counties didn't go. A number of those reasons were the funding formula wasn't necessarily advantageous, I would say, for smaller counties and counties as a whole to switch delivery systems. So a lot of times the reason they did was because of services provided. They weren't happy with what the felony services were. Waseca County chose not to go at that time because we were happy with their services, and we are happy with their services here. In fact, we trained one of our DLC agents. She was an intern in our office a couple of years back, and we have a great relationship with our DLC counterparts. Fast forward to a couple of years ago, and there was some statute changes and funding changes in the probation delivery system, which kind of changed the whole makeup of what this looks like. And one of the big changes was they said, we want to give counties choice on what they want to do. So we want to eliminate that 30,000 population is what it was to be able to go CCA on your own. So they eliminated that and they changed the funding for it, which was beneficial, I think, to counties as a whole. we had all 87 counties sign on and say, hey, we agree with this funding formula change. That was unprecedented in a sense to have that unified front with it, so that was great. So with that, Michael and I met within the last year and said, you know what, I think we should do our due diligence. We agreed that we should do our due diligence and saying, is the CPO the right model for us? Should we look at the CCA model? So we've been looking at that process in the last, I would say, almost a year. There's a lot of stuff with that. One of it is been working with HR with Melissa on the salary review piece. So our agents under the CPO model followed a state scale. There was part of the statute that said that it'd be commensurate with the state salary. So we followed the state scale, which if we look at a CCA model, so we've been working with her on how do we get us, our agents and myself, on a county model. That is beneficial, not even if we state CPO, it really is, because there's, as long as we find that county scale that is commensurate with the state, I think moving it over would be beneficial because it actually, there's kind of a little bit of that behind the scenes nightmare for HR, for payroll, for our office or myself on when we're doing the budgeting piece, because the budgeting and the payroll and everything and the increases, because it's different than what the county is right now. So it'd be nice to get us on the county scale. So I think that's advantageous regardless. So we've been looking at trying to, submit the numbers so we can see where the agents and stuff fall on that scale. So that is one of the processes. The next is the budget process. As we were going through the budget this year, I also added a line item on kind of the anticipated preliminary costs and what it would look like for if we did look at a CCA model. And again, this is very preliminary. I'm not sure, and not all commissioners may be aware that this was something that we were looking at, but I think it's appropriate to do our due diligence and say, let's look at, is it advantageous or beneficial for Waseca County to look at a different delivery system? And another thing that's kind of slowed us down a little bit, I will admit, is we're kind of busting at the seam we're at right now. We got one of our agents in a cubicle, our drug court agent that shares an office with Nicole Grams, who's our drug court coordinator. So we would take on additional staff. We just don't have the space for that. So that's another discussion that we have to talk about if we would look at this model. So what I'd like to do is kind of go through our 2025 budget, and what you'll see is there's another line item right before that says a CCA budget, and that would be an additional cost or revenue with that. So that wouldn't be the full, it would be just an additional cost or revenue as we go through this. And I'll just highlight a few areas. One of them is and it's called the CPO reimbursement, which is 5330, the third line down if you see there. That really is, and I call it CPO reimbursement grant. It no longer is that, especially if we moved over. That's what it used to be called, but that's what we recognize it at. We currently receive about $275,000 from the state for probation services. If we went the CCA model, it would be an additional about $378,000. The biggest difference that is under the gross misdemeanor, and juvenile cases, the state pays 50% of those cases. The county is responsible for the other 50%. And I don't want to say it's an arbitrary reason they did that, but really they chose it because the old CPO statute says that. And those are the cases that CPO agencies supervise. It says the state would reimburse up to 50% of staff salaries. That's why they chose the 50% number. There's also a statute that says the state's responsible for felony cases 100%. There's the difference. The state reimburses 100% for them, so that's why you see a larger number on the felony cases. They're actually, I think there's less numbers in the felony world. It's just because they reimburse at that 100%. That's why that number is a little bit larger, as you see. So that would be the increase there. And if you kind of go back before 2024, if you remember, I think our reimbursement was about $110,000 for CPO reimbursement. We also received what they call the caseload workload reduction grant, which was about $30,000. And they rolled that into this now, so we no longer receive that. So we saw a fairly significant over $100,000 increase when we saw the new funding. So supervision fees, that is highlighted. I highlighted on my sheet, as you notice, under the CCA budget, I added 0 right now. There is a statute out there that says all probation supervision fees will sunset by 2027. We are working with the Department of Corrections and our CCA counterparts on how do we add additional funding into the probation formula, because they're eliminating that. And last year, when they eliminated the fees, they did say, hey, come back to us. We understand there's going to be a significant loss in the state with that. We won't see a significant loss. As you can see, we budget about 10,000. I think we're at about 12,000 right now this year. But there are some counties that, the larger ones, that will see a fairly significant loss on this, a couple $100,000. So we're looking at, we are pursuing how do we have some of that money put back into the formula. And we are asking the state to fully fund probation, which would be another about $13 million into the probation funding. Right now, what we receive is prorated. It's not 100% funding that would fully fund probation. So that is a couple of initiatives that we are looking at saying, hey, we do need to be fully funded yet in the probation world. One of the other big increases you're going to see in this is refunds and reimbursements under 5860 on there. And there is a note on that. So we have a couple different income streams in there. One of them is a juvenile mental health grant that we receive. That money comes into our budget now through Mid Prairie. Used to not before. It was always spent in the county, but it's one of those where we now will move it into our budget and we'll be able to utilize it for juvenile mental health services in our agencies. And some of that is spent. Some of it actually even goes back into our budget that pays just for our staff to do these mental health screens that we're required to. So it just helps offset our budget as well. And then there's also additional money in there. I did apply for, in meeting with Michael, applied for it's called the APPA, American Probation and Parole Association National Leadership Institute. They only select so many people a year. I don't believe there's been anybody in Minnesota that's gone through the class yet, for a 2-year class and 2-year commitment. So I did apply for that. I'm hoping to hear something back relatively soon. That money is offset, and we do have a cash fund that's been in there for many years that offsets that budget amount. I'll talk about that. If you see at the top, there are 3 things on there. One of them is that CD cash account of about $42,000. And where that came from really was, this is well before my time, if anybody remembers, or those remember Mike Peterson, when he was the director of probation. Our office used to complete chemical health assessments. This is when probation agencies could do that. They no longer can. And there was some additional money that the county or the department received on that. And it was a cash flow account, so it went into a cash account that was carried over. We've never spent it since that time. So some training dollars would be appropriate to spend that cash account on to help spend some of that training dollars on. So, and then as you can see that some of that cash account, if we do decide a delivery system change, some of that could be spent to help offset the cost of that, I believe, as well. Salaries obviously went up. If you look at anticipating the CCA salary, and I think I do speak to that later on. There is a statute that says we do have to take over. We can't displace any, if we move CCA, you can't displace any of their staff. They have 2 full-time agents there. We would take those 2 full-time agents on, we would have to. And I do believe we would anticipate, I don't know, we'll have to look at that numbers. I think I did that in there, I believe, but anticipate additional staff possibly. I just got to look at the numbers. One of them was we were anticipating possibly a truancy agent out of our office that we had talked about. There's also, with some of the new mandates coming down, the state's talking about some evidence-based practices, services that each county has to provide, and then a coordinator. So maybe even a quarter-time or half-time coordinator that would manage those services we have to look at as well. That could fit into that. So otherwise, everything else is pretty basic, just kind of running down. If you look at the professional and technical services, which is under 6260, you did see there is even without the CCA look, there is a fairly significant increase with that one. That's really because MCCC, who manages our probation program, which is CSTS, saw a fairly significant increase. There was a base amount that they hadn't increased for 10, 20 years, they said. Really needed to be increased to help offset some of this. So there was an increase because they had a deficit in the program. So that's where we saw an increase there. And then under 6277, which is STS or sentence to service, if we It would be the same this next year, but if we do decide to look at a delivery system change, that position is 75% funded by the counties, and that 75% is split between us and the Stewart County, and then 25% by the state, but it is a state hired position, so we would have to take that position on. And then with the understanding that the Stewart County hopefully would be interested in sharing that position with us as well. So professional and develop the travel 6330, that just had the increase as I talked about that leadership institute that I did apply for, so that is as well. Otherwise, everything is fairly basic, even the increases. If you look at the CCA delivery system change, if this, on the preliminary budget, we'd be looking at actually about a almost $30,000 that the county would save if we went that route. It would actually wouldn't cost us to go that $30,000 savings. That is anticipating right now. I have met with our support staff. She believes she could take the extra work on. She's, we do not believe we'd have to add another support staff position. The DOC, Department of Corrections, has a half-time position there. We would not have to, because we're not displacing that position, take it over. So there's a belief that we could take that half-time position on, likely. But if she was overloaded, I potentially would come back, if we chose to go this route, come back and ask for a half-time position. But I think it'd be fiscally responsible to say, hey, let's see if this works. I got a support staff who's very interested in saying, I think I can take this additional work on it. So if we have that, I'd like to see how it goes. And that's the main budget. Any questions at all about that? And then I will real quickly go through some of the other stuff as well. That's our main probation budget. The other ones would be through the grants and the drug court budgets. It's really our flow through accounts. They are, we receive money from the state and so.
Do the DOC agents, they become Waseca?
They would, that's correct. So what would happen is we would hire them as Waseca County employees. So they would, that's in essence, if we went CCA, that's what we would take account.
That would be a have to?
Yes. If they wanted to come over, we would have to. Yes, we would. I understand, and I don't want to speak for them, but I don't want to say.
That's fine. And then my other question on that is, do we have to pick up their medical, or do they stay on the state's medical?
No, well, they would actually be a Waseca County employee, so it would be, in that model, they would be our employees, so they would no longer be a state would no longer work with felons in Waseca County. Waseca County now would supervise all felony cases as well if we went that route, so which means they would be Waseca County employees, so they would receive all the benefits and compensation of what our agents.
Well, the reason I bring that up is when court administration switched over from county to state, some of them state county, still have to continue to pay their insurance instead of the state. So,
oh, sure.
That's why I'm just curious.
Yep. So there's some of that HR stuff that, and I know a little bit of this because Otter Tail County, which is a CPO county, and I know the director very well. In fact, as I was walking over, he was calling me, so I'll have to call him after this, but they just made a delivery system change. Their commissioners, the county chose to switch, and they will be switching, I think, in February of 2025. So they're going through a lot of that now. They're working with their HR on the benefit package piece to it, because there is some of that. Okay, how much bank would we offer you? Because if you're bringing them over, you offer them a bank that on there, because they're leaving the state with, and they might have been there for 5 years. They have some let's say vacation bank up and same time. So we're looking at what type of package would they offer them. So I think that would have to be part of the discussion. They would shift over to a county medical package or this.
And then my last question is, would we have to pick up their outside Waseca County agents or clients?
Such as?
Let's say because how many clients they have here? 25? I don't know how many.
I'd have to look. I don't have it on me, but I did get, and it was when Al Godfrey, who was the previous, he was one of their supervisors at the DOC level, he provided the numbers if an agency was looking at going CCA. He retired in January of this year, so I asked him prior in December if he could provide the numbers, so I do have the numbers. I want to say that in the felony world, they might be a little over 100 cases.
And that's just Waseca residents?
Yes, correct. That would be Waseca residents.
And I guess that's right, when they wouldn't have to pick up like the sewer.
No, those are all transferred out, right? right? So and same in our office, so if we have a Waseca County case, they live somewhere else, we transfer that case out, we still have it open, however, we're not actively supervising that case, and that would be the same in that role as well. Yep, and they do have only 2 full-time agents now in Waseca County.
So, in summary, it looks like about a $29,000 advantage to switching over, but possibly needing a half-time person more.
Right.
So almost a wash.
Correct.
pretty much.
Would be yes.
So
That's today, that would be today, obviously, we all know how sometimes the state's funding, we're kind of working on that, if there's no increase in that funding in a couple of
it's
years.
starting to fall apart. Yeah, because we'd be a bigger department,
Correct, yes.
more to manage.
Yep.
And then my other question, that sentence to serve, so I got that straight. So right now, those are, who manages that, or where's is that a state?
It's a state employee. It's a state, all the equipment is, the van is purchased by the state, it's all state purchased equipment. The counties pay, when I say counties, that means us and Waseca County pays 75% of that program, and the state pays 25% of that program.
So if we were to switch over, then we'd be paying all of it?
100% of that program, correct.
That's
If we thought, if we believed it was beneficial for the counties, and I do believe it's a great program for the counties.
Because I see, yeah, we must have had to just make our payment. That's what
Yes,
I had that question anyway before I knew about this.
yes,
Okay. All right, thank you.
yes,
Does that mean we have to pick up the insurance for the STS people?
we would, yes, yes.
Any other questions for John?
My one question I think might be for Michael is finding space for all these people.
Yeah. But $20 million solution to that.
Any other questions? As you go through it, the other parts of this is flow through money, the REAM grant, which is a grant for electronic monitoring that we receive from the state. And we pay for DWI offenders, pretrial and probation to receive electronic alcohol monitoring. Drug court grants are all flow through money. Counties haven't had to provide any additional dollars for those since we've had the program here, which has been great. And then as you can see on the end, it's a cash account, and that shows that cash account that we have in there. The only other considerations I did put in, something to be aware of, is on the very last page, if we did change delivery system, there is some additional costs for setup, as in computers setup, there's computer costs, desks, some training for the conversion, because there are some additional trainings that we would have to provide to staff, taking over those additional cases, and then the STS. Those are the ones that I would anticipate. The benefit to some of this is if we do decide to continue going down this road is that there are some counties currently that are going through it. So we have some models to follow, if you want to say. So if hopefully there won't be any hidden costs. That would surprise us a little bit because they're kind of going down that road already. So any other questions?
Pretty good. Just, what do you think? Advantages, disadvantages?
Correct. I think there's advantages, disadvantages both ways. I do. We can be in the CPO world. We can be very nimble. I think we can shift if the court is looking for a certain program. We can shift pretty quickly. In the CCA model, they can as well. So I don't want to say they can't. I think that's a difference compared to the state model. But I do think in the CPO model, we do very well with pretrial cases. CPO counties have always been a leader in CPO. They really have in pretrial cases. And they have, don't get me wrong, some CCA counties supervise pretrial, not all do, not many DLC. But I want to say as a whole, since I've been in the field, we've been a leader, and we really have. So I think that's a benefit. Not saying we can't provide it as a CCA county, because we can, and we will. CPO counties have always been able to focus on prevention with juvenile cases. So we have some strong preventive programming in that. Some really strong DWI programming, supervision of DWI and domestic cases, and as we know, as Commissioner Milbrook knows, I mean, your DWI domestic cases sometimes just can be a nightmare in the county. As we're dealing with some of those repeat DWI offenders, it really can be. And we have the resources to really focus on that, and not saying we won't otherwise. However, once you take the felony cases over, there's additional liability that the county takes on with felony cases, so you really got to put a lot of focus on those felony cases. So, not saying that others will slide, but it's something that I think we need to be aware of. Because when you talk to a lot of CCA counties, I mean, they always talk a lot about felony cases and not necessarily focus on it. So it's something to be aware of as well. The benefits obviously is we have all probation services under one umbrella, right? All services under one, so we have the same model. It's very fluid, and we can provide a unified message for all probation clients in Waseca County, and I think that's a big benefit as well. Right now, we get a lot of counties on from the DOC clients to our office, and we got to forward them on. So, and then there's sometimes a little duplication of services. We may have a pretrial case open, and they have a felony case open. Well, if you have all under one roof, you eliminate some of that duplication as well. So I do think there's benefits on both sides to it. I really do.
I know we've talked about this before, and this has been on your mind a while. Is there anything that brings this forward now instead of a couple of years ago or 3 years ago? Or
well, really now it's truly the funding, and I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of CPO counties, and I think that are looking at this, and I think a lot of it has to do with the due diligence. I think Mike McMillan, who's the Wright County Director, who's probably our biggest CPO director, one time, and I know him very well, and one time we were having a discussion, he said, and they've always been able to look at individual we have, and he said, every couple of years I will do my due diligence to look at it. He said, I do, because I think it's the right thing for the county. So there's a number of, because the statute changes and the funding formula changes, we're going to see a lot of CPO counties that are at least reviewing this, and I know a handful of them already that are, and I think we're going to see some shifting over. I do heard a couple already that said they don't think they will be, but I do think we're going to see some shifting over to CCA as well.
Has anyone changed from CCA back to CPO?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Sure. I have an interest in how this might affect collaboration between departments.
Yeah.
Because probation has obviously been at the table as we looked at the Waseca Collaborative for Families. And as we try to be more integrated and intuitive about our relationship in our general powers with Mid Prairie and their community connection person that they have that's doing some important work, oftentimes with folks who have history with the law or are in various circumstances. Do you see any advantage to that more integrated model with one or the other probation model?
And that's what I hear as the benefit, and I see it. When you have all services under one, that you have that integration of the entire services, you do that. That's one thing that the director of an Otter Tail and I have talked about a lot. He said, the more you go down the road, you see the integration of services and how that does benefit the county and the clients that you work with in the county. So that is a significant benefit under the CCA model, I would say yes.
Well, I know one of the advantages of quite often being a small county is we have a lot of personal relationships that help us bridge some of those gaps that don't always get bridged in other places. And even between departments here, public health and Prairie and others, there's clientele that goes, through all of those places. When we can make sure that we can work a little bit on the prevention side on some of those things. I think about childhood trauma and children of incarcerated parents, all those kinds of things. We can have a long-term benefit, or at least help families not trend downward because they have somebody that is dealing with legal issues. If we can arrest that cycle at any point, it's worth a little coordination.
And I would say we work well with our counterparts in the DOC. I do see the benefit additional collaboration when you are all under the same roof, if you want to say.
Thank you, Jim.
Any other follow-up questions for Jonathan?
Anything additional the commissioners would like if we go down this road, any additional information? I do know there are some counties, Otterdale County went down a bus delivery system study, there's a cost of that, where they brought in a consultant, looked at the delivery systems, but also, remember the counties have brought in representatives from CCA, CPO, outside of myself from CPO, they would, and DOC to talk about the 3 different delivery systems, if that's beneficial to the commissioners as well. And I would explore all those options as well, but just, that would be a good question if there's something.
That would be, when you said you have that person that you're willing to take on some of this extra work, which is almost unheard of nowadays. Someone willing to take on extra work. I guess
Absolutely, yeah.
I would like to know if that doesn't work out, what is the additional cost going to be with another person that has?
Yes, that would make sense. And then I can crunch those numbers, absolutely.
And then is it a calendar year switch over or a fiscal year?
That's a good question. So the old school rule was, if I remember right, I'm thinking back, I think you had to declare on an odd year and you went on an even year. That was the old school way. And they really did that because of budgeting. You had to move from the CPO reimbursement to the CCA reimbursement. It was different pots of money. Now it's all the same pot of money. In essence, you could say, hey, we're going to switch tomorrow, and conceivably you could, but realistically you couldn't, right? It's difficult. I think the recommendation that very minimum 6 months for a switch over is what I hear. When you switch over the clientele through our computer system, we have to work with our STI, QCSDS, that switches some of that over. So at the bare minimum, about a 6 month recommendation. The DOC does ask, they would like to have it on a budget year, their fiscal budgets, right, their fiscal years, so they do ask for July, but that doesn't mean that the county has to abide by that, because ideally you could switch at any time because it's the same pot of money. Otterdale County chose to go February, and they did was they just wanted to stay away from the holidays, they wanted to get past the holidays, and so they gave that transition a couple months, so I want to say it was February that they're switching. And I think they gave it about a 7 month period for the switch over. So I would say 6 months to a year. I think we want, if we do decide to switch it, I think that would be appropriate. So my thought would be, as we go down this, maybe we're going into the 2025 budget or maybe 2026. Early 2026 would be appropriate timing.
Anything else? All right,
Thank you, Commissioner.
thank you.
Thank you.
Us? Hi,
Good morning.
good morning. I think we just got some notes right. I'm not sure you're ready to do so. Thank you. So we had some, let's start with, in the last couple of years in public health, I was talking to Leah on the way over here. It's felt a little bit like you have a great idea and you're watching a DVR or DVD or whatever, and you press pause to think about it. And then when you go to press play again, it skips forward. So we're like, oh, we should do shared staff, pause. Oh, here's a bunch of money, do it now. Oh, let's think about this and maybe we should do something different. We'll press pause. And anyway, so I'm here a little bit unexpectedly this morning, so I'm a little feeling like that fast forward button just got hit. And therefore, the numbers in Tyler Munis have been updated as of yesterday at like 3:30 or 4 o'clock. So feel free to peruse them. This is a little bit different of a picture, kind of aligning all of those many different, yes, all of the different ways that we do public health and funding sources on one single line item. So you can see, as usual, our staffing costs are what drive the cost of public health. We do have some changes that we had to make yesterday because one of the ways that we pressed pause and we said, oh, let's think about where septics live in Waseca County. Is this really where they live in public health? And we press pause and we say, oh, maybe we should think about moving that work into land and water resources. And we hit skip, and now we have an employee who's shifted all of that work right over to land and water resources. So our biggest change in our budget this year is the removal of that revenue. So that is $29,600 of projected revenue that went from our budget to land and water resources budget in 2025.
Where's that
I don't know if you'll be able to see it on here, but it would be a part of the miscellaneous revenues
And the fees.
and the fees.
So 29,000.
29,000 is a combination of those two, 29,600.
11,000 in septic fees and 18,600 in SSTS grant administration.
From the natural resource block grant.
Okay.
So what we're doing is work on how do we, and that's a third of the job description. So it's roughly a third of the job description of an environmental health specialist was the septic portion. We were interested in why we said, yes, we think that might be fine in the future in doing healthy housing work. So getting into the community and doing some really dedicated efforts toward improving rental homes that are rented out, single family homes where we have children or elderly who are in housing stock that is less than ideal. That work generally is done under grants because in order to really be effective, you need to be able to help people do the improvements. And so we've had one conversation with Tina about looking at a current opportunity that's a federal fund opportunity for healthy housing. That said, it's not here right now. We don't know if we will get it, so we need to be doing contingency planning. Our contingency planning includes some of those funds that we have been unable to spend as the Board of Health because of that pause and skip in the land hiring in Worcester County. So response and sustainability grant, which is an emergency preparedness grant that's targeted toward working in the community to get people prepared for events, especially in places that are experiencing disparity. That would be something that we could put, we could have an environmental health specialist work to create links to our businesses that they're already doing work with, doing food inspection. So we could help them to get in touch with, or they could work with employers to provide information to employees, many of whom in the food industry are struggling to work with living wages. So it would be an easy temporary solution. We would be able to supplement some funds for the first half of 2025 for that. We additionally have our CDC workforce grant currently that we could supplement funds for training. So getting our employees ready to do healthy housing work. There is a cost to getting up and running, knowing what you need to do. The good news is, again, that's pause and fast forward. When we made the hire in Worcester County, we're very pleased that Josh, Alice's last name's gonna escape me, he's coming from Rice County with healthy housing experience. So he has been running their program in Rice County and will be coming into the Worcester County fold as a joint employee and supervisor of the unit, which would be a direct supervisor for our environmental health position.
That doesn't, yeah, that's all fully grant funded. That doesn't show anywhere on here because that's a Worcester employee.
That's correct. That individual is not salaried or fringed out of us, and the grant funding that pays for it is all going into Worcester County's budget line items. You would see it here as a pass-through, we have a pass-through account, but it's not reflected on the page in front Similarly, we have our 2 shared positions in-house, and when we program their time, that's the way we do that as well. We bring in the grant funding to match their cost, with one small exception, and that's the fringe on the shift work at 0.7 of Ashley's time is split between the 2 counties at a 50/50 rate. It always has been. It's a requirement for the grant. And we show that in kind contribution. Other than that, on the backside, we just made a few notes, but I think I covered most of them in that information I just gave you. We had a little bit of an area on the revenue account, and we added in the RSG and some COVID funding as well, to support that environmental health position, that 3 chunks of the position that we'll have access to when we would rehire. That position is not currently posted, but we need to bring in the new supervisor to make sure that the things that we have in the job description are the right things, and that he can weigh in on what that work looks like and how we might be doing that across the 2 counties. Questions?
Help me understand this. I've got a 24% increase in full-time salaries. And is that taking that person out of there? That's one less employee, right?
The increase in full-time salaries is just increase in our regular salaries. There's no new people in there.
That's my question.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be 24%.
We had
that
some-
0.6.
We had some supervisory job description adjustments that Melissa would be more fluent on than I, as to the process for the adjustments on our supervisory positions. That would probably be the largest.
But that is taking one person out.
There's no removal of people.
What about that switch over to land and resource?
0.3.
That was the physical person, not the position.
Yeah.
But we have reduced a 0.3 FTE out of the budget. So Greg physically went to land and water resources to replace Eric. But it was just the replacement of the person, not the position itself.
Oh, so that's still coming through their budget.
The cost is, yes. So right now, it's kind of a double whammy, so to speak, in terms of they're losing the natural resources block grant revenue for the tasks that would have been done. But the 0.3 is being backfilled with other tasks, as Sarah was explaining. So effectively, you're losing the revenue that position was gaining.
The 29,000.
Right, which is being shifted to land and water resources, so their budget is going down that amount, so we're not losing it, it's just changing buckets. But public health is gaining the brunt of that lost revenue effectively.
It's lost revenue, and then they're also getting charged for 0.3 of labor.
It's already there, the 0.3 is always there, but the offsetting revenue is not.
And we did supplement some revenue, but it's not 29,000. What did we have there? 13? 13. So we added back in 13,000 that we know confidently we can have that position recapture once hired in that sustainability grant and some COVID funding for community recovery.
Do you guys understand that? Am I being thick here? Who's paying for Greg Huber? Land and resource or public health?
Land and Water Resources as of 2025 will pay his entire salary. He
Okay,
is
so that's
replacing
not
Eric Miller.
We have the salary and benefits for an EH position that is not
Just not hired.
hired, correct?
It's currently open.
So why would we hire that person?
We have all of the food licensing that also falls to that job description, as well as the drinking water well. That takes up the other 2/3 of his time currently in public health. So it's a third of a position that we are essentially backfilling revenue for. We would prefer to retain the 1.0 position. Is that the better way to say that? That we're planning to retain that entire position, even though a third of the work has unexpectedly and quickly been shifted outside of our department. So we had a long-term plan of that septic work, which has always been kind of a marginal fit for public health, to transition to a different department. And when Eric left, it was like, well, should we prepare for that position eventually to be in land and water resources? And so the shift in the job duties was made, and when the position was posted internally, our current employee applied to move to land and water resources, which leaves us with a 1.0 vacancy, but it didn't make sense to not have him as a trained person take the program along right away.
That's clear as mud. So technically you have an open position right now.
We absolutely have an open position right now that myself and Andrew Nickel are backfilling.
Okay.
And he's a Worcester County employee, so again, through that joint board of health, we are delegated the responsibilities for the food, beverage, and lodging program, which includes manufactured home parks and pools, and non-community water and drinking water well. So all of those duties right now, Greg got us caught up and a little ahead before he's moving his physical body into the other department on those duties. But when things go down between now and whenever we fill that position, it's myself or Andrew Nickel that's gonna need to take care of those items and keep us up to date on all of those duties, which is 2/3 of a job description.
What are you gonna do with that 0.3? How are you gonna fill that?
So 0.3, we are proposing and exploring the addition of healthy housing, which is a program that works with property owners to make improvements to their facilities if the house or apartment building or lot, whatever they're staying in, has detriments that impact health. So what that can look like is if we get notice from the Mayo Clinic or a medical provider that a child came in with a high blood content, that high level of lead in their blood. We are right now going into the homes or providing some consultation about why that might have happened. We do that in partnership with the state. But essentially we're left with, here's what you should do, hope you can manage it. This would be more proactive and helpful. So this program would then pair that nurse or community health worker who's delivering the message and initiating contact with the family with an environmental health specialist who would then work with the property owner to say, how can we help you to get this fixed so that the child is not exposed to lead? Let's look at the building and see where it might be coming from, and work to connect them with financial resources if necessary to make those improvements and facilitate that process. The same can be true for other things. So asthma is another trigger in a house, or that you have environmental triggers that can make asthma worse. So they would work with a nurse or a community health worker who works with the family for the other resources and the other things that they might need. And the environmental health specialist ends up working with the property owner or the landlord to help facilitate the improvements to the housing so that it's not an ongoing problem, to do the prevention piece.
How many a year, like those calls that you get notification for?
For lead, I think three or four a year right now. So the lead isn't the high bucket, it's probably the asthma. And again, those are 2 of 8 different triggers, just the ones that people are more familiar with.
Lots of moving parts here.
Uh-huh.
So, an employee, a full-time employee moved from your department to Land and Water Resources.
Correct.
Taking $30,000 worth of funding that comes with that job.
Yes.
At this point, one of the joint people that we're that is gonna be working between Waseca and Lesueur, but is a Lesueur employee, has this housing grant experience.
Yes.
So that positions us well to apply for that grant. But we still have 2/3 of the work to do from that position that left in food pools and lodging and
And all the other stuff.
all the other stuff. And so, so it's a matter of looking at that additional state funding that we could get to backfill some of that cost for that person we need to hire to do that 2/3 and more of that housing piece under that supervisor who already knows how to do that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, and on the salary line, you have the other changes, the 0.6, which was not originally in the 2024 budget. So when you're trying to add up and add what that 24% accumulates to, that was a mid-year decision as well. So the 0.6 position wouldn't have been in the 2024 program when you're looking at just the comparison, making up that percentage change.
0.6, yeah, that's an add-on.
Right, and then we had job reclassifications for supervisors, job reclassification for business manager, the previous board action. So,
But you're losing the 0.3, but they're still wanting to keep their 1.
correct, that is correct. As it stands now, there's some plans in place, yes, for backfilling that 0.3 of septic with housing and other areas. But that in terms of looking at the budget in this conversation, yes, that's correct.
You said that there'd be grant money, this housing, if you were to still have a 1 FTE and take on this housing.
Yeah, so we have the current money that we have for the first half of the year. We would have some response and sustainability grant. We could backfill a portion of the position and some COVID recovery funds that we could backfill for that position. The grant that we're working with Tina to apply for is a federal grant, so it's a federal grant.
And that's a one-time grant, probably.
It is a 25-year program, so it's a grant that they have good success and are interested in sustainability on. And the other piece to that I want to make clear is that we would be applying as a CHP for that grant, because that work would cross county lines so when we talk about volume, or I know the volume for Waseca County, I do not know the volume of House for Mercer County. So it would be a joint employee or a joint process that we would be navigating. So if that, in case that helps with some of those questions about, that I myself also have, like how much time will this really take? How much do we need?
And we have a month and a half before we're looking for any kind of approval from the commissioners to try to add some more detail to those items as well too, which is why we try to have these conversations early on in the process and get some of the feedback and questions and concerns that we can go back and try to address specifically.
What do you have for open positions right now?
We currently have a vacancy in our senior health department for a nurse or a social worker, and then the environmental health specialist.
That's the only two that are not filled, so we're full of the public health nurse.
Well, the senior health position could be a nurse or a social worker. We have our family unit is full, doing great. I'm super excited about, we have 2 employees taking advantage of tuition reimbursement right now, so a special thank you for that program. It's really keeping them invested in our county.
I would also just add that we know we have cannabis funding coming yet. We don't have numbers from the state yet. We know we'll have some for this year yet, and then next year, we just don't know how much it is yet. So that will be added in once we receive that.
And that would be tasks that an environmental health specialist would probably be added to their job description.
Do you Do you have any idea when that information will come?
They keep telling us soon, every time we ask, so,
Now and the end of next year.
yeah.
Does that specify how they cut it?
Always.
Not currently in the statute, there's just, we'll send you money, but part of the sticking point right now is how or if some of the sales tax is captured at the tribe level as well. That wasn't really thought through when the law was written and passed quickly. So that's a major factor in what the total revenue would be that they don't really have an answer for. So they're still trying to figure out who will be taxed before they can figure out, have any idea of how this will be spread or apportioned. So we haven't seen any preliminary numbers to estimate what that could be. There is also opportunity for opioid dollars. I should mention that we keep getting little bits and pieces of settlements, like every week for the last 3 weeks. I've gotten 2 or 3 notifications of, we're gonna wire you some more money for this settlement, we're gonna wire you some more money for this settlement. So that is an opportunity in terms of replacing some of those lost revenues. It wouldn't be too heavy of a lift to backfill some of that lost NRPG revenue to some of the existing programs, if that was a priority that the board wanted to look at.
Chair. Thank you for bringing up the opioid funding and the cannabis prevention funding. In the fact that is funding and it still is not, we don't have a good picture of it. And at least with the opioid funding, it will be going on for 18 years or whatever. We also need to look at the other side of that. And you know that yesterday I was in 4 meetings, all of them having to do with public health. And that discussion tells us, reminds us that there's more work to do there, not less work. We moved septics out, but the state is sending more money and expecting more work on cannabis. We get to see what happens with all of that. The opioid funding, there was a fair amount of brouhaha about 3 months ago within the state, because they did a survey of how counties were spending, or CHBs were, I think counties were spending the opioid money, and they went, oh, nobody's spending it. Well, nobody's had time to spend it yet, because it takes time to ramp up programs and figure out the best way to use that money. So I think it's important that we remember that just because septics moved out, that was a third of one position, the time it took to do that. And there's not less work to do, there is more work to do. Now, we have to do it within a budget, absolutely.
That's where I'm coming from. Yeah, the state keeps asking us to do more and more and more, and then our budget goes up 31%. So where's the money? If you don't tell us to do all this work, and then we have, it's a budget problem.
Well, and some of it we're waiting to see what they're sending us, which is not reflected on here.
So if Greg was moved out, and you're just saying that you lost the projected revenue of 29.6.
Correct.
But you're still not paying him, that was absorbed through Eric Miller's wage. Was there an offset there?
But we next year need somebody to do that work. So the salary is still in there as a 1.0, not any adjustment.
I understand that, but you're not paying Greg's wage. So that was gone. So you didn't have to worry about the projected revenue to cover some of Greg's wage.
We're still paying that position's wage. It's confusing because Greg was an employee and he's still an employee, but look, we're getting lost a little bit on Greg, like the person.
Right.
The FTEs didn't change at all. You just
No,
fill the
I
vacant
get
position.
that.
The revenue left public health's pot and went to land and water resources. So the county as a whole did not lose any revenue, which is shifted. It followed the position of septic, it followed the task, the essential duty function of septic on that job description.
But it's still projected revenue. It was never captured right away anyway. So he didn't take anything with him. He took what he was with him.
Right, but it took the placeholder in the budget, that's
Right.
what we're saying. So she would have projected $26,000 of revenue, lessening that 31% impact. So in public health's purview, it's a budget impact, a budget deficit, let's say, for the sake of this conversation, and it's a budget win benefit on the land and water resources side.
I think where Brian was going is, you're on a public health budget salary, you're not paying Greg anymore.
Correct.
So that money's being just pooled for the next hire.
It's being held for that one FTE.
That's-
Yep,
Yeah.
yes. Okay,
So you'll be under budget this year because you've got a vacancy.
correct. Well, sort of. Because there's some, because that shift happened quickly, we're retaining the revenues for this year because I have to administer the program. So and we're paying that portion of the work still out of the public health budget. So we will have a vacancy while we wait to fill the other, the position, yes.
Yeah, and now we're back to Greg in person, which is fine in this, and for the rest of 2024, that is arranged how that works between public health and land and water resources. So he's being shared because of that skill set, still trying to hire the great replacement of that position for EH. Yes, I know that's confusing, but
So Greg, the person, is still being paid somewhat from public health and somewhat from,
accurate.
now that's, okay,
Is that
thank you. That helps.
True.
Right. I just assumed that it was, when he moved, it was done in your area.
And that would have been the original plan, but when we have someone doing the work and really key with it going over a construction season, things get messy.
I can only imagine the paperwork.
Just emphasizing that there's plenty of opportunity to supplement that lost energy revenue in the public health context. There's certainly that opportunity to do so. If there's specific thresholds we want to meet for budget, intuitively, not just for the sake of we'll write this down, so it's a lower percentage, but if there's specifics.
But while he's still doing the work that public health is somewhat paying for, all of the revenue goes into water and land resources from the work that he is doing.
Not till after the first of the year, not till the next budget year.
So 2024, it's a shared task. There will be a budget savings in 2024 for public health. I'm confident in saying that. Yes,
So then
we
it
will
wasn't-
underspend in salaries and wages in public health in 2024 because you also have a nursing or social work position to consider. And historically, we just do, we're never at 100%.
So is it a loss of 29.6 out of public health and projected revenue?
In 2025, yes, it is.
25.
That's not listed here in this budget narrative. So 2025, yes, will be gone, not to finish out 2024.
It's the top spot on the
On
budget.
the backside of your page. Yep. And then, like we said, we shifted some other grant funding temporarily to lessen that impact, knowing that we will have the ability to do that, so 13,000. So it's not the whole 29, that will be at the bottom line.
I'll be okay.
It'll all be good.
Brett?
So we really don't have any idea what the projected revenue from these grants. That could be substantial.
or,
From the opioid money or the cannabis.
we have not programmed any of that, with one small exception into this budget for you to look at today. That's something that we're still waiting for more information from the state on before we would know, what that might look like. So no, we're still waiting for more information before we would add additional to our budget.
Other questions for Sarah? You did a great job with that. You did.
Well, thanks. It's again, pause and skip ahead.
And it's kind of like farming, you know, you're buying retail and you're selling wholesale, you don't know what you're gonna have yet.
A little bit.
You know, you're always guessing.
Thank you.
So as you digest the information a little bit more today, tomorrow, percolate some, if you have additional questions as they come to you, please just send them to me. Sarah, and figure out what this should look like in another month and a half when we're asking for some final approval. And undoubtedly, this will change a little bit between now and then. It just will. Right? There's a version 2 from what I sent you about a week ago. So things will continue to shift. Just need to have our targets in mind and then work with them. Targets as well.
One last question, maybe. So inspection fees will not go to public health, and they're going to water and land resources?
In 2025?
No, to finish out this year.
To finish,
You have,
to finish out this year, we're paying that third of Greg's salary out of our budget and retaining the revenues for the grants and administration. So the zoning fees that we would normally find in our budget line are staying in our budget line. And part of that's that construction season. So when Chris and Michael and I talked about how this all fits together, a lot of people pay for their permits and way ahead of the time that they actually do the work. And so it just was much cleaner to continue to pay him when that position was vacant, knowing it'll be vacant for some period of time, for that portion of the time that he's using to cover that particular work while we transition the administrative pieces, to be hardly, the hard line of 2025 moved over.
right, so December 31 of 2024, that's the end date.
Yep.
Even if you don't have that position filled by January 1 of 2025.
Correct.
I think that's it.
Okay.
Questions? Okay, if you want to shift back, and thank you again, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you want to shift back to the handouts I provided to you. Back up where we're tracking. The budget program, first of all, that I'm obviously presenting and working within is a 1.5% increase in real dollars. As you see, that equates to $267,492. That is a number, and individual conversations I've held with you folks, I think is within the realm of those conversations, at least in having. Certainly you can tell me if you have any just visceral reaction to that amount, and I can try to rework some things. Just describing a little bit more some of the changes in the summary document itself too, to try to make it a little more intuitive for you. The reserve dollars being utilized, indicated in green or blue, however you're seeing them. I think they're blue in your handout and greenish on the screen. Those are looking at opportunities where there are more one-time or one-time in a long time costs, as I would describe them. Try not to utilize reserve dollars for ongoing programmatic expenses unless there's a strong argument to do so. But when we have opportunities for equipment that we don't tend to purchase about once a decade, or some vehicles that are on a 4 to 5 year rotation, those are a little bit more palatable and makes sense to look for opportunities to buy those down. And we have the ability to do so. That can be done in a number of ways. One, existing reserve dollars that are out there or anticipated reserve dollars. And by that, I simply mean if we can look at what our projected revenues versus expenditures are in the current year and anticipate we're going to be under budget by XYZ number of dollars, what can we expedite or what can we capture this year to defray having to budget for it next year, or remove the contingency of having to budget for it next year. Any just high-level questions on this if we're running out of time, but any high-level questions that you want to park on?
Question. What does the county highway have for assigned funds for their equipment? Do they still have an unassigned account for that?
They do, although I think Jim is zeroing it out for 2025.
Okay. And do the sheriff's office has one for squad cars?
Correct, yeah.
Or the radio system, correct, or radios?
So the radios right now, in the 2023 program, if you recall, there was a combination of public safety $8 totaling $368,000 and about $250,000 of anticipated transfer in for vehicle expenditures. That was 4 total vehicles, 3 squads and a sheriff vehicle, and then $50,000 placeholder for snowmobiles, trailer, and whatever other equipment like that. So the other elements of that were the handheld radios that we had, a placeholder for $200,000. We had updated tasers as well, and then we had placeholders for body cams in addition to that were all kind of the same system, the same provider, so they seamlessly worked together and talked to each other. And then we had $178,000 for dispatch control modules and equipment as well. We shifted that $178,000 of the dispatch equipment to be paid out of E911 funds because we had an excess of $250,000 in there that is very difficult to spend otherwise. So it freed up some of those dollars. I'm not aware, I should say, at least as of last week, I do not believe anything had been ordered into body cams or radios at this point. So that'll be something we want to see happen this year from a budgetary standpoint. The vehicle expenditures all were realized, though I think it'll be about $30,000 less than the $250 that was budgeted. And at the beginning of the year, there was in excess of $500,000 in that vehicle account. And there is a placeholder for the $120,000 for 2025 currently for 3 additional squads being activated as well. We're at a convergence, I guess, where the equipment cannot be transferred from new squads that we get. So we'll have a little bit more of a front-loaded cost there as we continue to phase out the squad car going forward.
So the assigned squad car assigned account is pretty much getting down to nothing. Is that my understanding?
It will still have in excess of $100,000 if nothing else happens. And any revenues that are realized from selling the old vehicles on the bid would also go back into that account as well.
And the radio sign account is down to 0 as well, right?
Yes, it is.
I just wanted to remind everybody also that, we still have the Mid Prairie dollars from last year. We didn't touch them for 24 budget. We'll find out at our next meeting at Mid Prairie. We've got our audit back now, and I believe there'll be more money coming back this year. Looks like we were under budget. And then there's also ongoing trying to get some of that reinvestment money back from
South Country.
South Country Health. So there should be some extra revenues coming back yet for 25.
Thanks for mentioning that, Commissioner. And I do have a summary that I'm putting together of those various reserve funds. I just wasn't done with it, so I didn't want to do a half-finished product. But that'll be helpful and will very much play into the ongoing objective that we have here. Some of that you see from like our audited financial statements for 2022 and then 2023, what the general fund reserve balance would be and how we should look at that, how it should play into this overall process from now and into the future. So you've got a lot of that information in the forecast summary that you got, and we'll see that in more detail as we go forward. I think I'm good for today, Mr. Chair. All right, a lot more in depth into that next week.
All right. We'll adjourn the work session at 9:20. Thank you. All right, we'll call the county board meeting to order at 9:32. Please silence your cell phones and stand for the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. We're going to roll into, is anyone here for public comment? For public comment, please come up to the podium, state your name and your address for the record if you're Tim, please. Thank you.
Laura Raymond, Joinville Township Supervisor. I'm here on behalf of the board, 15661 420th Avenue, Waseca. I've given you all packets of what we looked at last night. We have new business starting, nonprofit starting in our neighborhood. We're bringing in pregnant girls and housing them for 18 months after birth, I believe is what they are stating. They're planning on opening in November. They've got their nonprofit in line. They're out of the church in Fairville, the River Community Church. And they live in the property that used to be owned by Dolores Wachter, which is across from the Craft Barn in Blooming Grove Township. They live in the household. There was a house brought back in, off the Dill Schneider farm back in like 1997 that was put on that property to be used for craft sales. It's just a bare shell building. At the time, it had to be stripped down to be moved because of the 1 in 40 rule. And it was told they were never to have that for a residence. And now they're fixing it up for a residence for themselves and putting these girls in the big house. At the time when Dolores and Jack lived there, Wachters, they tried to put in a bed and breakfast, and planning and zoning would not let them without having fire safety sprinklers and an outdoor stairway going on the outside of the building. And these people, their name is Castle, K-A-S-L, are not planning at this time on doing any of that. They have not approached us. They have not approached the commission that we know of. They have been to planning and zoning. They've been sent to public health, and public health has not been contacted yet as far as what's there in this morning. We're concerned for safety for these girls, for the neighbors, for the children in the neighborhood. There is one mistake on at least one mistake on the paper I gave you. There are 8 deputies on the ground for the whole county, not 6. Jay and I spoke yesterday, and it would take 15 to 20 minutes for a response to that area for emergency, for the sheriff. We're concerned about the kind of people that will come if there's a situation with one of the girls calling of the father of her expected child or whatever and causing domestic problems. We don't know if these girls are domestic violence victims or if they're just young girls who have gone the other way or need help. And while I understand they definitely need help, we in the township had a meeting last night, and we feel that they need to be closer to town. They need to be where they have emergency services, where they have police protection to some degree, for whatever happens. But it doesn't feel like a good situation. The neighbors are very upset and concerned about their own children. So we're also concerned for these girls. We just don't think this is a good situation to put them in. That being said, we want to make sure that if they are able to go ahead and do this, that they have to go through thorough inspection of those buildings, that they have to have the same code that we live by out there, the same code that the whole county has to be supposed to live by. I don't understand why they can have 2 residents on 1 acre, but like I said, this was not supposed to happen in that house, and now it is. Yeah. Any questions for what we understand on this?
Thank you very much. Anyone else for public comment? Anyone else for public comment? Public comment? Hearing none, we'll move down to introduction of new staff. Good morning.
Today, well, yesterday, we welcomed Trent Game to our office, so wanted to have you officially meet him. These are commissioners, Trent.
Good morning.
He hails to us from a local law firm that I coached him from, so I'm pretty excited to have him. He started yesterday on the ground running, getting all the things and learning all the things, so we have support today and trying to get him up to speed so we can take on cases sooner rather than later. So, any questions for Trent? Welcome.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you.
All right, with that, we are both going to go back to work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Trent. Good luck.
Other new staff?
Good morning, Commissioners. Christy Calvay with University of Minnesota Extension. I'm happy to introduce our new county support staff, Sarah Hinniker. Sarah actually joined our team in June. We would have come in July, but we were busy with a little thing called the Waseca County Fair. So Sarah made it through her first fair. She's been a great asset to the team so far. And she is local to Waseca County. And we're just very happy to have her here. So I'll follow suit Commissioner Sarah. Sarah, the Commissioner.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it. I've been really enjoying my time so far, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Other new staff? Anyone?
Mr. Chair, I guess I never formally introduced Tina Wilson. She came to us from the city of Waseca. It didn't really cross my mind, so this is impromptu. I didn't forewarn her. I apologize. But this is technically the first official board meeting since she joined us last Monday. So she's been very much hitting the ground running and been well poised. We appreciate her skill sets. We've benefited from her skill sets before she was formerly an employee, and so it's nice to formally bring her into the county fold, so to speak. So welcome to you.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. All right, approval of the agenda. This is an amended agenda that was done since the previous, obviously. Anything to add, Commissioner Krause?
No, sir, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Milbrook? No, sir. Chair. Commissioner Christopherson?
No, sir.
Commissioner Walter?
No, Chair.
Michael? Good. Well,
No.
I'm looking for a motion to approve the amended agenda. Motion. So the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Milbrook, second by Commissioner Krause. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Next are presentations. We have a presentation and reading by Midco, Jeremy Swenson, and Rick Kroll. Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Great to see you again. And good morning, Michael and Beth as well. This board has been absolutely supportive of broadband expansion in Waseca County for the last several years. We've been champions and we've had some success. More and more people are getting access to broadband. Today, I'm pleased to introduce two talented individuals who work at Midco. Midco is based in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Jeremy Swenson is the general manager of the fixed wireless networks of Midco. So he's been doing that job for several years now and is familiar with Waseca County. And then his partner, Rick Kroll, is a vertical asset site operations chief, which means when you're driving down the road and you see a tower of 200 or 300 feet tall and somebody's up there, it's probably Rick who has sent them up there to take a look and mount the equipment. So I'm pleased to welcome both Jeremy and Rick. I briefed them that this board has been fully cognizant of what we've been doing on broadband, and they are here today to talk about what Midco is currently doing in Waseca County. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Michael, for the invitation. Appreciate the opportunity to speak for the commissioners. Really, I want to keep this simple. I wanted to take the time to introduce ourselves and introduce Midco. We are an old company. We've been around for many years, but we are relatively new to the southern Minnesota area, especially the rural areas. We introduced fixed wireless technology into our portfolio about 4 or 5 years ago or so. And with that, we've deployed a couple hundred towers since then in order to serve southern Minnesota, eastern South Dakota, and eastern North Dakota. Along with fixed wireless, we're very heavy into fiber. I'd say fiber is kind of where our 90% of what our footprint is, or where our customer base are at. But we utilize or understood the benefits of fixed wireless technology to deploy into more rural areas, less expensive, with good technology to still receive 100 by 20 speeds, if not higher, in a much quicker time frame. As you all probably know, burying fiber takes time, it's expensive, and it can be very challenging. So we utilize fixed wireless from that, and with that, we've been able to provide service to, I'm not sure what our total footprint as far as passings go now, a couple 100,000.
Close to 7,000 homes we passed with our fixed wireless technology today.
Really, the purpose of what coming in front of you today is just, again, create awareness. We understand that we are still relatively unknown in the state of Minnesota, and we've worked really hard in the past year and a half to increase our awareness, let people know who we are, what we do, the services we provide, and really let people know that we're an option. We're not trying to overtake other providers. We're just another option for people to try us out. If we're right for you, great. Love to see it, love to have you as a customer. But if not, we also know there's options out there as well. I do have, if you don't want to have me sounds, just wanted to provide, this is what our package and what our pricing looks like. So on the first page, you'll see our standard promotion, which is $39 per month for the first year. After the first year, it goes to $59. With that, it's a package of 100 by 20 speeds up to that. Now, the nice thing about this technology is that that's kind of our starting point. We have technology now that we're seeing speeds up to 500-600 meg, and the industry is continuing to ramp up really fast, which means that we're only going up from there, which is really great to see in the industry as well. The other thing that's important with Midco, and I think it's especially with fixed wireless, is that our network is still fiber backed. We have an extensive fiber network, and while fixed wireless utilizes towers to hop the signal from place to place, we don't do too many hops. That makes sense. So you're always still connected to our fiber network, maybe one tower back or 2 towers back. Just adds to the reliability, adds to the speed and experience that customers can receive from Midco. My ask to the commissioners is help us, help you essentially. We're still trying to figure out how we can be most effective in creating awareness in the area. So if you have ideas on how we can assist in your districts to create more awareness and let people know who we are and what we do, we'd love to partner with you on that and understand what we can be doing better to improve upon that awareness. Any questions you have from us?
Are the non-shaded areas, that non-service?
Oh, yes. The second page, everything in this green circle is a serviceable area. If it's white, that is a non-serviceable area. So that pricing, that little middle area, the county, that's not served with our fixed wireless as of right now.
That your non-wireless or your white area here, SBA has a tower. It's actually the center of Waseca County. That would probably be able to help you all cover that section.
Okay.
I think it's a 180-foot tower.
You know your towers. Yeah. Steve mentioned it, but you know your towers. And that's definitely an option for us. I think, when we built out our network, a lot of our focus was around CAF deployments. So we received funding from CAF to serve certain areas. So our build was designed to kind of serve those areas as effectively as possible. And through those builds, that's like in the area that was just kind of outside of those particular footprints. Now, I think that's definitely a possible option for us to build to, something that we can take back ourselves and look at, what's the opportunity to cost and see if that makes sense. So the fact that there's an SBA tower in there and we have a relationship with SBA now, makes it even more beneficial. But that's something we are definitely willing to consider. Do you see that, from my knowledge, do you guys see that as a challenging part of the county for internet access in general?
I don't think so.
Bethcom's coming in through some of that with hardware.
Yeah, just
That would be,
Order.
some of that is gonna fill in with our BevCom project,
Makes sense.
without a doubt, with the fiber to the home. I'm particularly interested in what you're doing for publicity or for marketing, particularly in the northern part of the county. I've got the top 3 townships, and I hear all the time from folks out there that there are not good alternatives. There's not fiber there. I don't know with BEAD funding if there will ever be fiber there. But there's also a lot of hills and trees, which are challenging. And so Steve has certainly made you aware that we've got a build out in the southwest corner of the county that is coming, and we're waiting to hear about Elm 10 to see whether we're adding on to that a little bit or not, which would take care of some of that spot south of Waseca. But there is right clientele for anyone who can provide good, reliable, reasonably priced service in the northern part of the county in particular. Lots of folks who, single digits up and down. I mean, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
Yeah.
And so,
No, that's great to know. I know your first question, that kind of around marketing and awareness. So really our focus most heavily is around mailers as well as digital marketing. So social media ads, online ads, Facebook ads that pop up, but also very heavily on the mailer side. Both can be challenging because, as mailers go, we get enough mailers in the mail and all of a sudden you toss it. So, we also are trying really hard to try to find other opportunities to have those touch points. That's where the social media is very beneficial and is effective, but we also recognize that there's other opportunities, local events, things that we can partner with, meet and greets we've done in the past in certain areas that have, just come talk to us, come meet us. And those touch points have been really, really effective as well, and something that we're interested in doing in this county here in the near future as well.
awesome. Thank you.
Pricing business, is that a different?
It is a different package, I apologize. It is, I think it's about $20 more. Don't quote me on that.
No.
It's about $10 or $20 more. And same thing, we have it's kind of the single package. We used to have multiple packages and it just got confusing. And now we just say, you know what, best speed we get, that's what we're gonna get.
Other questions?
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to Oak Hill's presentation by Jolene Bowles. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. My name is Jolene Bowles. I am the board chair for Oak Hill Community Connections, and this is Julie Rockmeyer, one of our student volunteers that is helping to make this happen. So this is an information-only presentation, and the more you learn about it, it will impact and benefit your residents. Okay, so that's the lens of why we're here. And so again, Oak Hill Community Connections. There's a cohort of us that have pulled together and purchased the old Mayo Clinic building in Owatonna. If you're familiar with Oak Street, right next to the Berry grocery store. Okay, now you can, thank you. And here's the vision. The vision is a shared facility model that's going to provide short-term housing for families as well as women and children. 2 separate programs, 1 location, and we are also going to co-locate services through a variety of nonprofits that focus on the support, stability, and education for our community members that will be staying there, okay? Short-term housing is very, very different than emergency housing, okay? Emergency housing, when you hear about someone that's homeless or soon to be homeless, as human beings, our minds shift to someone that's living under a bridge, someone that's living in a park, and if they need a place to stay in the middle of the night, that's emergency housing, okay? That is not what this is. This is short-term housing. This is a referral source. There's active programming that families and individuals have to work in order to stay there. There's background checks, there's resources, background checks, rules and regulations around chemical dependency, sobriety, that all go into the short-term housing component. So very different than emergency housing. Who we are. So we're a group of community members who believe in the power of collaboration. This is not a new idea. This is not a unicorn of an idea. Within the community, we have had multiple conversations. I've been a member of the Owatonna community for 20 years, and I've been hearing about co-located something for the last 20 years. Right now, we just have leadership and entities that are at a spot and a facility that we can really make some forward-moving progress. We're a 501c3 nonprofit, and our board will oversee the mission, strategy, and goals of the building. We will provide the building management and care, and we will also make sure that the collaborating agencies that are there, we are all focused on a very similar or the same population of individuals. Board of directors, you're in Waseca County, you might not know a variety of these people, and that's okay. Myself, we have a combination. We've got a retired and recovering CPA, as he likes to call himself, Mr. Greg Dreger. We've got executive directors of different nonprofits in the community. We have pastoral staff, and we've got active professionals and retired individuals that make up our board of directors. So here's the current reality specific, yes?
Just want to let the board know
Yeah.
that one of those was the director of HRC.
Yes, Michelle Mertzbauer. Yep, she's the current executive director of, yes, yep, of South Central Human Relations Center, and Amanda Starks is the executive director of Rachel's Light. That's located in Meriden. So yes, thank you. Okay, so I can speak specifically on Steele County, but just know, and you probably do, that there's overlap with Waseca and Dutch counties as well. And so right now, Steele County has the third highest rate of homelessness in southern Minnesota, and it is third only to Olmsted and Blue Earth counties. The next reality that we are seeing in Owatonna that you also see in Waseca is Owatonna has identified 170 students that are homeless, and that is K through 12. That is 20% less than what we believe is the actual number. There is a tremendous amount of pride and shame that goes along with our families that are living in poverty, that also goes along with our students. And so specifically our middle school and high school students, which is, we got the same students in Waseca as we do in Owatonna, they work really, really hard to let people believe that they're okay. They work really, really hard to not try to think about what they're doing after school or where they're going after school, because oftentimes they have no idea. And so of these 170 students, they have parents and they have caregivers. And so if they're homeless, the adults in their world are homeless as well. And I can promise you that Waseca County has staff right now that are homeless and or within days or hours of homelessness. And what that looks like within our communities, it's not living under the bridge, right? It's families that are doubled and tripled up in houses, in apartments. You have short-term stays in the vehicle, and then try to find somewhere to stay until it doesn't work, and then you find somewhere else to stay until it doesn't work, and it's just exhausting. And so from an employee perspective, if you have an employee that's experiencing homelessness and is potentially doubled or tripled up, they're not showing up to work every day with their eating, because so much of their energy has to go towards, how am I going to provide for my family after work? What is my next step? What does tomorrow look like? And that's exhausting. It's a constant fight, flight, or freeze mentality that they have to survive in. There's a variety of reasons why people experience homelessness. Typical costs associated in the world that we live in with housing, daycare, and medical costs. Unexpected medical situations. Is there an illness? Is there a broken bone? Is the child sick that takes them out of school or work for even a week? That's extremely impactful. Family changes, a sudden death of a spouse, a divorce, unemployment changes, and then chemical health and behavioral health needs that also impacts families that are experiencing homelessness. Right now in greater Minnesota, 32% of people that are homeless are not in a formal shelter. So this is the current reality that we have in Owatonna. Waseca is slightly different. Rachel's right now located in Meriden. They serve women and children. They've got 11 beds. Hospitality House in Owatonna, which I know gets residents from Waseca and Dodge County, they're a single men-only facility, and you have to be over the age of 18, and they can accommodate up to 15 men. I also know that Waseca has the Bethlehem Inn, and so that can accommodate some community members as well. So this is the list of people that have nowhere to go. Single dads with kids have nowhere to go in our area. Dual parent households have nowhere to go. Again, our families are living in fight, flight, or freeze, and to ask them to split up, that's just not something they're willing to do. Larger families with 3 or more kids that have, especially at age range, like if you've got a 17-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a 4-year-old, that is really hard to find housing for them. Oftentimes when there's blended families and there's an older child with younger siblings, sometimes because it's life, the older kids don't get along with the step-parents. And the biological parent has to make a really hard choice sometimes, and they have to say, okay, my 16-year-old son, you're fighting with stepdad, you gotta go. Because I have to keep your younger siblings safe, there's housing, there's financial stability. And then that puts our teenagers into a whole other situation that's not safe, bouncing around here and there. Couples over the age of 55, there's nowhere for that population in our community to go. I work in my day job as a director of outreach over at Trinity Lutheran Church in Owatonna. And this spring I had a couple that came in who was a retired vet, he and his wife, and he was on a restricted income, and they had sold everything, moved in with son and daughter-in-law to provide free daycare to just make the money stretch. And as life happens, the adults didn't get along, and son and daughter-in-law said, you need to leave. And now this couple that are 62 and 64, they have nowhere to go and they have nothing. So, additional resources that are sometimes needed with our individuals and community members that are experiencing housing insecurity is reteach or new education regarding employment, additional education, healthcare is a big one, physical, dental, and behavioral healthcare needs. We have those resources in our communities and they do a really good job, and yet it's disjointed, complicated, and inaccessible. And so this couple that came in and said, we're homeless, what do we do? My job in charge of outreach at a church was to say, here's a $10 gift card, and here's a list of resources to help. And that's not helpful. And sometimes our families have one phone call in them, and if they call one resource and they get a no, that's all the energy they have, and they continue to live the life that they do know in that chronic fight, flight, or freeze. Okay, and Julie's gonna tell you how we're gonna fix it. The solution.
Yeah, for sure. So I am going to high step through the solution. Good morning, my name is Julie Reckmeyer. I'm a retired vice president from Federated Insurance. I was there for 35 years and relatively new to this project. So Jolene asked me to get involved and I said, yes, I'm going to be involved with smart people doing key things in our community. I'm going to have to be really honest, my eyes were not super open to the problem that we had in our community, but just because I didn't see it, and part of it doesn't mean it's not there. And so we are fully into this project now, and I'm into this project. So here's the solution. She mentioned this before, Oak Hill Community Connections will be a co-location for these different areas of short-term housing, the physical, dental, behavioral care, the case management, food and clothing, employment services, and educational support and service. And we'll kind of hit on why that's important. Go to the next one. So Amanda Starks, Jolene mentioned this. She is the executive director at Rachel's Light. You may know her, but she is really kind of talking about the need that they have. They're turning people away for the reasons that Jolene mentioned, and what this would be able to do for our communities in southern Minnesota. Oh, yeah, the other way. So here's the financial impact for these agencies. So they will be more cost efficient to be able to come together, to reside in one location, to be able to devote kind of everything that they have to serving their clients. So if you talk to nonprofit leaders, or if you have served on some of those boards, you know, a big part of what they do is dealing with rent, or I'm the janitor, or I gotta go, shovel the walk, or all the things that take them away from what their mission is.
here, being in this co-location, will keep them focused on their mission, and the Oak Hills, Oak Hill will look at this. And it's gonna save them money as well in terms of shared facility maintenance, technology, shared spaces, ideas, all those kinds of things. So there will be a financial impact. We don't know exactly what that will be, but we've heard from Mankato, who has kind of something similar, that it is saving about $100,000 a year. So it could be substantial. Next one, Don Corbell is the Executive Director of Community Pathways in Steele County, and they are merging some shared location there, and he sees firsthand the impact that this can have, and he too is very passionate about what this could mean to the people that they serve, because they will have a presence in Oak Hill as well. Next one. So here's who will be there. So base of operations running out of the facility that you saw the picture of, that Jolene showed at first, would be Health Finders Collaborative. They are there today. They are going to move to a little different location in the facility, and will have expanded operations with health, dental, and behavioral health, mental health services as well. Rachel's Light will no longer be in Meriden, and will be coming to this location, but will have expanded services and serving men, women, and children as well. So we can solve, be the solution to that problem that Jolene talked about. And then those that will have office space here will be South Central Human Relations Center, different county agencies, Community Pathways, and Hospitality House. So they will have people on site to be able to serve the clients as well, where now they're all over town. They're all in different places, and they can really work together to help solve those issues. And then there's other aligned county agencies that are currently considering relocation. Too soon to talk about that, but really see the benefit of this as well. Okay, so the approach to how this is going to work, there is a board of directors. Jolene is the chair of that for the Oak Hill board. They're going to oversee the management of the facility, the finances, and all that type of thing. The member agencies are still going to be the same qualified 501c3s. They'll still have their board of directors. They'll still need to operate, as they do today. So they will be a tenant in this Oak Hills, but they will still operate as they are, and Oak Hill board will manage the facility. Does that make sense, how that works? So the approach for Oak Hill and how it's going to make its money is they are going to charge rent to the residents that will be there, to the tenants that will be there, but it will be at like 2/3 market rate. It will be cheaper than what they're paying today, and the goal is really to break even, and there's no profit there, and they will be able to kind of just handle all of the costs for the facility. And what we think, we can't really tell you what the price is going to be on this and what we're going to get out of it, but we think the collaboration in and of itself will have the biggest impact in having all of these agencies together serving these families. All right, so it is a $4 million capital campaign to renovate the inside of that building that you saw a picture of. And so it has been purchased, and we are underway on this capital campaign. And here's the steering team. There's a number of individuals, you may know them. Dr. Brian Lunkers from Mayo Clinic. Mayo's been obviously very instrumental in this. And that's the old building that we purchased, so he's a doctor there. Mike and Nancy Keller. Mike is at Federated Insurance as CFO. You'll see some other names that is kind of spearheading this effort. And here's our goal. We're not going to go through this. I just want you to see it, but this is how we're kind of going to break it down. But we want you to be aware, as some of the people before I said, you have a lot of connections in your districts, and we want you to know kind of what the plan is and how we want to go about getting this accomplished, and how it could help serve your residents as well. We can go to the next one. So that's that part of it. All right. With that, is there any questions?
No, 25 or 30. But I won't ask them all. So in your campaign, you're looking for just local businesses or anybody that would be willing to donate?
We're individual, small business, large business. We've got some really nice grant opportunities. Yes. Yep. And our focus right now is we're spending a lot of time having individual conversations with some of those large businesses, some of those key donors, and then we will have a public campaign, community campaign. Our goal is to raise about 2/3 of the funds quietly before we go out publicly. Just because I told my grandma Dolores that I need $4 million, the $25 that she wants to contribute, because this is very important to her, it's gonna be overwhelming. She's not gonna believe that her $25 matters. It does, but this just makes it a little bit more realistic for our community to say, we have $3 million already, let's just put the rest, let's put this baby to bed.
Yeah, well said, and we do have commitments already. We're not kind of quite ready to say where we're at, but we are well on our way.
Yeah.
To making this a reality.
One more. Your guys' vision, and square footage you feel like you'll need for that, is there capacity in that building to add things like resource center?
Family Resource
Family
Center.
Resource Center, or is there more capacity there, or are you unsure yet?
It's 63,000 square feet. So go big or go home. The main level, so we're building out the main level as well as there's an upstairs office space. And so our nonprofits and other entities will be focused upstairs with their office space so they can have that water cooler talk, that connection. I don't need to make a phone call, let me walk down the hall to talk with Jennifer from Project Home, she can help me out. But we do have space available on the main level, absolutely. Yep. And depending upon, because I know that's new and not new again as part of the conversation, is that we believe we're gonna capital campaign it and build it out for the agencies that want to be there, that need to be there. And so it's essentially move in. And that's kind of our commitment to these member agencies, because everybody works really hard, and if we can take our capital campaign money and so their operational money can go further with the clients that they serve, that's everybody wins.
And there'll be about 44,000 square feet that we're actually renovating.
Correct, yeah, about 40,000, yeah, we're not, the basement's 20 some odd thousand square feet, and that's for a different group and a different time. We're not touching that, so.
That's my question. You have the capital campaign, you know what you need for those funds, but you'll have some grant funding once you get rolling. Where's your perpetual money coming from?
From the leases from these member agencies.
Okay, and you believe that will fund this?
Yes, yep. It's a net zero every month. And so we're gonna, split up the utility bill according to the agency that's using it. We're gonna split up the garbage bill. And we are gonna have a maintenance fee in there. And so when we have to restripe the parking lot, we don't have to go out for another capital campaign. But the cost savings is really in that management fee. It's CAM charges and that's about it. But there's no oversight, there's no management. It's a net zero every month.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good questions?
I would just make the comment that I think I applaud you guys for taking this on to help our communities. I've always thought we need to fix problems within. We can't rely on federal government to fix our problems. We have to do it locally. And through local businesses that are profitable, they should be able to give back to the community. So thanks for taking this on.
Thank you for your time. Yeah, thank you for your time. And Mr. Johnson has my contact information, and so if you want to email me your 22 other questions.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next is going to be ditch authority, and we are going to move into the public hearing on John Doris Krause's petition to use County Ditch 35 as an alternate. So right now, we are going to open the public hearing at 10:11. The purpose of the meeting is to receive comments and testimony from all parties interested in the petition for an outlet on Waseca County Ditch 35. The order of business for this hearing will be first, Chris Howard from Land and Water Resources, who is the Waseca County Ditch Inspector, will explain the process which has brought us to this public hearing and the purpose of this hearing and how it was properly posted. Following that, Mark Behrens, one of the appointed viewers for the project, will explain information on the new benefits and damages for the new land that will enter the watershed and outlet into County Ditch 35 system. Lastly, public comment, if any, on the project and process. Landowners determined to be benefited by the CD 35 system received a public hearing notice, petition for outlet cover letter, and map of the projected area. Overall, the Drainage Authority's decision must be based on whether the petition for outlet is reasonable and conforms to the drainage code after considering the viewers' reports and evidence presented at this hearing. If you would like to make a comment, when the public comment period is open, please wait to be recognized by the board. When recognized, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. If you have a specific question concerning the petition for the outlet, we may ask our viewers or the staff to respond. Before we begin, would any of the board members wish to offer any further remarks? All right. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, thank you. I'd like to make a quick note. I made a typo on the board packet summary and also number 2 on the findings and order. I had a date of July 29th, which should be changed to July 2nd. Was the commissioners meeting in which the petition was accepted. So I apologize. Michael has fixed it on the screen, so most will not realize the mistake, but if you had printed the materials off prior to this, it's not. I am just going to quickly go through, summarize the findings of this proceeding, and then we'll let you get back to getting to Mr. Barron's. July 2nd, 2024, the Drainage Authority accepted a petition filed by John and Doris Krause for the use of County Ditch 35 as an outlet. At that point in time, this parcel of property was for 14 acres in section 14 of Woodland Township that was currently in County Ditch 50 watershed, and the desire is to adopt it into County Ditch 35. For that purpose, the Krauses hired an engineer to demonstrate to the board that County Ditch 35 could receive that additional water. And the opinion of the engineer is that County Ditch 35 can. At the July 2nd board meeting, the board instructed the county administrator to appoint viewers. Mark Barron's and Westall were appointed as viewers to determine the benefits or damages for and to set an outlet fee for that sub-watershed to enter County Ditch 35. The Waseca County Drainage Authority set a public hearing date of today, August 6th, in this room. The viewers completed their report for the benefits and damages that they will present today. A printed copy of the final hearing notice was posted, published, and noticed to all beneficiaries in County Ditch 35. The notice was published in the Waseca County Pioneer for 3 successive weeks prior to this date. After all of this, we will let Mr. Barron's get through his portion of it, and then it will be up to the board to decide if the findings in order are acceptable.
Any questions for Chris at this point from the board? All right. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Mark Barron's. I'm a viewer with the Minnesota Viewers Association. Our group works together out of Freeborn County. We've got a group that works at my farm and an office there. We work in about 12 or 14 different counties in southern Minnesota. Our group, we're members of the Minnesota Viewers Association. There's 4 or 5 trainings a year you can go to become accredited. So whether it was myself or a different viewer from a different crew, the process in determining benefits or an outlet fee for this petition would be similar on how it played out. On a redetermination of benefits or determining benefits, there's 5 items that are used to determine benefits. Obviously, how many acres you've got within the watershed, your soil type, your location rate, where your property is physically away from the county open ditch or county tile, whether or not you've got county tile on your property, and the efficiency of the system. Those 5 items come together to determine a benefit value. With that benefit value, each parcel gets a benefit value for a 40-acre parcel or less. We take your benefit value divided by the total benefits in the system to get your percent of total benefits. So when there's repair or maintenance on a system, obviously the whole bill has to be paid. Each parcel pays their percent of that bill, whether it's a $1,000 bill or a $100,000 bill. We have a standard way we break out parcels and work on different systems, and then we adjust our numbers up or down depending on what we learn from landowners at our landowner meetings. One thing that also enters in, there's a law from 1977 that says when a redetermination of benefits is done on a system, there has to be a 1-rod grass strip acquired on that system. That happened on this County Ditch 50 and County Ditch 35 that we're talking about here today. A little information about each of those systems. Our group did the redeterminations on both of these systems. County Ditch 35 was redetermined back in 2014. It was established in 1958. There's 2,320 acres within that system. There's about 1.7 miles of open ditch, 4.7 miles of tile. There's $5.1 million worth of benefits in this system. County Ditch 35, as you can see from your maps there, 35 is unique. County Ditch 35 outlets into County Ditch 50. It outlets into a private open ditch, which that private open ditch then flows into the county open ditch. County Ditch 50 needs to be bigger and cleaned more often because of the additional water from County Ditch 35. So at the time of the redetermination of benefits, the viewers determined that County Ditch 35 would have a 40% outlet benefit into County Ditch 50. 35 pays all their own repair and maintenance, plus they pay 40% of the repair and maintenance on County Ditch 50. Information on County Ditch 50, that was redetermined in 2015, was established in 1978. There's 2,684 acres in that system, about a mile of open ditch, 1.3 miles of county tile. There's just short of $1.7 million worth of benefits on that system. So what we're here today, the Krauses filed a petition to petition 14 acres from County Ditch 50 south into County Ditch 35. The 80-acre parcel that we're talking about here, 40 acres of it is already in County Ditch 50. 40 acres of it is already in County Ditch 35. So they would like to petition 14 acres from County Ditch 50 down to 35. That 14 acres, that water already goes to County Ditch 50. With this petition, it will go down to County Ditch 35 and then end up in County Ditch 50 anyway. So it's just taking a better route to get rid of their water, which makes total sense. I viewed the property on July 18th. On a petition, there's 2 things that come into play. Benefits have to be determined for that 14 acres petitioning into 35, so they help pay more of the bill on County Ditch 35. The second part of a petition, basically those 14 acres have to buy into that County Ditch 35 system. The landowners on 35 have paid for that system and maintained it since it was established. So these 14 acres basically need to buy into that system, a one-time payment. So the first piece of it is determining benefits for those 14 acres into 35. I looked at the benefits that their 40 acres already have on County Ditch 35. They have 14 acres that are in 35 have $113,000 worth of benefits. The average benefit value per acre, $2,847. I took that 14 acres times the 2,800. Then there's some multipliers that come into play with the location, and because it's in the two systems, I determined that those 14 acres should have $34,080 added to their benefit value, or not added, but added to the benefits on County Ditch 35, so that those 14 acres help pay future repair and maintenance, more future repair and maintenance on County Ditch 35. Also, those 14 acres that are in County Ditch 50, their benefits should be reduced because their water is going to go south and into 35. I just did the numbers on that. On those 40 acres that are in 50, they had $6,236 of benefits. That's $160 an acre. Those 14 acres times the $160 times some multipliers, there would be $2,128 subtracted from the benefits that are already on 50 to reduce their payment up there on 50. So I'm throwing a lot of numbers out. I apologize for that, but that's what plays into the petition. The second piece of it is the buy-in for those 14 acres into County Ditch 35. 35 was established in 1958. I talked to the drainage department. There's been about $8,140 paid for repair and maintenance since 2016 on that system. Plus, when the ditch was redetermined back in whatever year it was, 2015, there was $77,000 of payment for the one rod grass strip on that system. So the 77,000, the 8,000 on the buy-in. There's also payments that were made to establish the system and repair the system from 1958 up until 20 years ago. So there's payments there. But I determined there should be a $50 per acre buy-in fee, one-time fee on those 14 acres, so $700. It's a minimal fee, but just doing the numbers, that's what it adds up to. We've done a lot of petitions into different systems. We've had the buy-in fee anywhere from $20 an acre to $250 an acre. It all depends on what type of system they're buying into and how much has been paid on that system. So the benefits we've talked about, the reduction of benefits we've talked about, and the outlet fee from 50 into 35. So a lot of numbers, but I'm happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Questions for Mr. Barrett?
How does, the only question I have is, the neighboring property to the west has a sliver yet in County Ditch 50.
Yep.
So how is that getting out of there now?
That sliver, none of the benefits changed on that sliver that's in that piece to the west. I'm guessing some of that water will get into Krause's tile, but that's what's happening. So that's not part of the petition.
No,
But
I
it
know it
plays
wasn't
into-
part of the petition, but does he still have an outlet for us to get out of there?
It was all overland flow before,
Okay.
and it's a long ways from there up to the county system to the north on County Ditch 50. So,
Okay.
yeah, he still benefited into 50 to the north, but in all reality, that water may or possibly get into that 14 acres of tile and go south, but that's not part of the petition.
Okay.
Any other questions?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Now we are going to open it up for public comment. Is anyone here for public comment? Public comment? Public comment? If there being none, we are going to close the public hearing with a motion and a second. So seconded. We have a motion by Commissioner Christopherson, a second by Commissioner Krause. Any other discussion on that? All in favor, aye? Aye. Those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. We'll go back. Closed at 10:28. We'll move back into the regular board meeting and look at the motion for resolution, which is to adopt the resolution 2024-2026, approving the use of County Ditch 35 as an outlet.
I would make that motion.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Malter, second by Commissioner Milbreath. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. And we have a second portion of that, right? One is the benefit. And the second part is a buy-in. Or is that all going to be under one resolution?
I'm sorry, it is all under, it is in the order, it is all under the resolution, one resolution.
And I made that motion with that intention.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Do you need a roll call? Do you need a?
Oh, I'm sorry. We do need a roll call on that.
Commissioner Milbreath,
Yes.
Commissioner Krause,
Yes.
Commissioner Mulder,
Yes.
Commissioner Christopherson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hardis.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Approval of the county board minutes. Waseca County Board of Appeal and Equalization on June 18th, 2024. Waseca County Board of Commissioners emergency meeting minutes, June 24, 2024. Waseca County Board of Commissioners budget work session minutes, July 2nd of 2024. And Waseca County Board of Commissioners meeting minutes, July 2nd of 2024. We look for a motion to approve as a slate.
I make the motion as a slate.
Is there a second? Second. Motion by Commissioner Milbreath, second by Commissioner Christopherson. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye? Aye. Those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Everyone has looked at the consent agenda, which was approval of the bills, partial release of exclusive agricultural use zone restricted covenant, transfer of developmental rights and rolling, and soil and water conservation district appropriation. I'm looking for a slate on that.
I'd move it as a slate.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Malter, second by Commissioner Krause. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Action items. Contract date 12313, final acceptance. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, looking for final acceptance of work and approval of final payment for M&K Bridge Construction's project for the replacement of Bridge 81506 on Casat 3 earlier this spring. Original contract was $878,000 and change. Final amount work certified was about 99% of that at $869,242.55. We do owe M&K Bridge Construction a balance of $9,434.93. Project was funded through a variety of funds, $365,915 of state bridge bond funds, $365,000 of local option sales tax, and then the balance of roughly $138,000 in regular construction funding. I'm just looking for acceptance of the work and authorize final payment.
I would move to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Krause, second by Commissioner Milbrat. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign, motion carries. Cooperative agreement, CASA 4th Street Southwest Improvements.
So this is a cooperative design and construction agreement between Waseca County and the city of Waseca. We have, or I have the county has a pavement rehabilitation project on CASA 4th Street program from Johnson Avenue to 5th Avenue in next year in 2025. Pavement's in poor condition, it needs to be rehabbed. We'd be looking at a mill and overlay, spot curb repairs and storm sewer rehab, and then bringing sidewalk curb ramps up to ADA compliance. Project is within the city of Waseca and our cooperative construction or our cooperative participation policy would apply. We've been in contact with Nate Willie, the city engineer. We've drafted a cooperative agreement before you today that would have the city doing the design work and then the construction admin work. The county would have a 60% cost share, the city at 40%. Project is state aid eligible and we program both construction and design dollars using state aid dollars. The attorney's office has reviewed it and there's no issue with it. And if approved this morning, it would be at the council meeting tonight.
So we will get a motion on the floor for this.
You are, move it.
Motion by Commissioner Milbrat, second by Commissioner Walter. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
was it ever thought about as far as doing concrete instead of?
No, not on this road. It's currently the bituminous road. It's just sort of the old connect. All that truck traffic is relocated and no relation service well, just to restore ride and pavement performance out there.
Well, it's long overdue if you ever drove up and down that. It's like driving down an old dirt road. So, yeah. So I'm glad. When would they start on it?
It would be a 2025 project. The city's already kind of started some data gathering out there, total work, that kind of thing. Anticipating this to go. We're not doing it with my staff, just with engineering turnover in last year, and then our new technician is fresh out of school, so he needs to get some up training, certs over the winter for MnDOT technical courses. We'll consume a lot of the winter, and then just getting them up to speed with CAD and the software to do design will take some time, and then with the rest of our program next year, it's just a tall ask for us to do it in-house, and the city has the capacity to do it. So that's why we're looking at utilizing the city for project development and construction admin.
Jim, was this in line with our 5-year plan?
Yeah, okay, it's been in there for a couple of years now for this year, for 2025.
And those estimates are right in line also?
Yeah, we're that'll get fine tuned as the project goes through development and scoping and get plans produced and estimates prepared, but they're ballparking that $400,000 to $500,000 total cost, so that would be our cost, and then rough numbers, $40,000 in engineering, which again would be split 60-40.
Any other questions or comments for Jim? We do have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign, motion carries. Solid waste, material transfer services agreement.
Last one for me today. Currently been in contract with Thompson, I guess maybe 5 years with Thompson Sanitation of hauling basically our demolition debris and refuse material out of the county to approved landfill or sub-demolition debris landfill. We last competitively bid this in 2022, and we had 3 bids at that time, which was Thompson Sanitation, Bid Pro, and Waste Management all bid. Thompson Sanitation was a little bidder, and we've been doing that work for us for a number of years. Procurement policy, as well as the agreement that we signed in 2022, allowed for a contract extension or renewal if everything was going well, and it has been. They provided a renewal for up to 3 years, and that's in your packet. Basically, it's looking at a 4 to 5% increase annually for either the cost to dispose of it and the trucking costs. Each are, and individually, either a 4 or 5% increase each year. The relationship, again, it's been great with Thompson. They no complaints. They show up when we need them to. They, had all the bins there that they're contracted to provide. Nothing is changing as far as terms, other than, again, the cost of the year and the length of time. The attorney's office has reviewed it. I was a little concerned about going from a 2-year contract to a 3-year extension, but Rusty reviewed that and found no reason we couldn't do a 3-year extension. And we did discuss it at our last Public Works Committee meeting as well. So looking for approval of the agreement.
Would someone like to make a motion for this agreement? So, is there a second?
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Christopherson, a second by Commissioner Krause. Discussion or questions?
If you can believe that. Termination.
Yeah.
The county of Waseca may terminate this agreement with cause. What do you think with cause means? Is that,
they were conforming, essentially.
so you think it's a performance thing? It isn't if we get 2 years into it or a year into it, the economy slows down and we have a person that's willing to bid under them quite a bit? Is that cause?
I would probably defer to the attorney's office on that definition.
No, typically not. Materiality isn't going to enter that. It's the cause being their ability to perform the contract, the stated stipulations of the contract, which cost is.
And kind of to your point, I included the bid summary from 2022 just to kind of provide, their competition's numbers as it relates to their current renewal agreement that's proposed. I mean, and their trucking costs are still, significantly less than the competitors' numbers were from 2 years ago.
Right. No, the beauty of a 3-year contract with a slow increase is we're able to project our fees accordingly too. We can follow that. That was the nice part about this. So I get that. I was just curious when I read that termination, what exactly that would mean.
From our perspective, and again, we have had a great relationship and they've performed, we pick up the phone when they're there. But yeah, most likely be a performance thing.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? We have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Next is the Riparian Fund Recommendation Contract RF 2024.
Morning again. For your consideration as a soil and water conservation district approved contract RF 2024-01. This is a cover crop project which is located in the northwest part of the county in sections 8, 9, and 16 of Janesville Township. And The ask is to approve funding for cover crops of 70.6 acres. There was a little bit of diversion from the original plan that was to be seeded into sorghum and Sudan, and the seed was unavailable at the time, and so with the approval of the Soil and Water Board, they made the alternative practice to seed it into oats. And so with that, I would look for a motion to approve. Well, I should add to it that, following with guidelines, this all falls within the half-mile boundary of a public water, lake, river, or stream. So it falls within the acceptance criteria of soil and water riparian program. I guess with that, I would look for a motion to approve contract RF 2024-01.
A motion. Is there a second?
There is.
Motion by Commissioner Milbrass, second by Commissioner Walter. Discussion. Okay, you want to go first? Go ahead.
Can I?
Sure.
Was this planted, was a prevent plant? Was there peas on it?
No, this was not planted. It was, from my understanding, prevent plant or to wet plant. And I'm just trying to get a cover crop on it and looking to use the resources that are available through the riparian fund criteria.
So he hasn't planted it yet?
It has been planted in oats now, yes.
Good. And we just think about this prevent plant, there was some this year, and there has been in certain years in the past. Do we want to ever expand that area? We expanded it once already, up to a half mile. Would you ever want to go farther? I'm just throwing it out there. I don't need an answer. I'm just throwing it out there. If you would ever want to, for these prevent plant acres, or maybe that's not under the guidelines.
No, and that is open for discussion, but I just also wanted to add to it that also know with one watershed, one plan funding available to the county, there are cover crop options out there through one watershed, one plan as well. They have some sideboards to theirs, and then we asked in this particular circumstance if this would qualify, but within the work plan of one watershed, one plan, a producer who has planted the cover crops more than twice, 2 years, is unable to partake in the program through one watershed, one plan. That is some discussion that has been through the group and will probably come back, trying to find reasoning why they have a 2-year limit through one watershed, one plan for assisting in cover crops, but if it had been a producer who had not partaken in cover crop practices in the past, this would have fallen in a priority watershed, and it would have been covered through one watershed, one plan.
And I can speak to why they have that 2-year window, specifically to reserve that money for folks who are new to cover crops, to incentivize new practitioner in this, and that's why.
Okay, and the one watershed, I'll start here. What is our policy in this riparian fund, just a flat $40 an acre?
Yes, at this time it is.
I think that needs to get looked at, because this, to me, isn't a cost share, this is us covering the costs. What does oats cost an acre?
Yeah,
You know, I think this is, I don't know what the one watershed, one plan policy is, if it's half of the bill or what, but this is pretty attractive.
the one watershed on plan in a priority area, I believe it's $35 an acre.
Just a flat $35.
Flat rate,
Unless in the second year.
unless that's a multi-year practice. I think there is a tiered system to that, and it doesn't all come to the top, but in a non-priority watershed, if my memory serves me correctly, and it's a single year practice of $20 a year. In a non-priority and a single use, if it was in a priority watershed, it was $35 an acre. Now, you know, the Waseca County Board of Commissioners, when this riparian funding came, accepted some guidance documents from the Soil and Water Conservation District, and a lot of this language and these requirements were adopted at that time. And if we wish to revisit that, we can, you know, get that policy out, have conversation with the Soil and Water Office to see what their board, you know, what their recommendations are before it comes to you again.
Yeah, you know, I think and even, I sit in on the soil and water meetings too, and there's some banter back and forth when people come to, like with the Sudan grass. His initial thought was to harvest the Sudan grass for feed for his cattle. Well, okay, is that a cover crop or is that production?
Right.
And you know, those things got to be answered if this starts to grow.
Yeah, the technicality in that, through their practice, was that they could harvest it and feed it, they could not sell it. The stubble and the refuse that would be left there would still qualify through the NRCS criteria as a cover crop practice, so everything that they're basing, you know, their practices off of is NRCS guidance, and, you know, this just gets back into technicalities of, you know, is it truly in the spirit of cover crops? You know, if we're paying for it, should it just be left stand and you know, either winter killed or killed by herbicide, or do we allow them to, you know, jump through the hoops and harvest it and feed it to animals because they're not selling it for, you know, monetary gain? But these are all things that, you know, if we want to answer these questions, we should probably get back together with the Soil and Water Board and revise that language and, you know, put parameters in it that you all are comfortable with, because as at this point right now, it meets NRCS criteria. So now it's just debatable if you agree or like that.
Right, because one could argue that, yeah, you're not selling the Sudan grass, but you're selling the beef.
Right.
Exactly.
When you're selling it to yourself.
Yeah.
I understand.
Other questions or comments? We do have a motion and a second on all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign, that motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the property sale parcel ID number 01.003.1050.
All right, Commissioners. So just quick summary, Waseca County's been putting properties up for sale, going out to the public for sealed bids, put it in the paper for 3 weeks. Waseca County put up for sale a property
with the PID number of 01003150, that we did have a closed bid on it, and we did have a higher bidder on it, which was Miller Homes. And it was recently clarified that it is EDA property, and EDA has control over this property. So therefore, the Waseca County Board of Commissioners needs to reject all bids that came in on this parcel and return the earnest money to the highest bidder, which was Miller Homes. And the earnest money was $6,250. So my recommendation is that the Waseca County Board of Commissioners approve and reject all bids that came in and return the earnest money to Miller Homes, and that the property go into the EDA hands, which it initially was, and they take over the control of the sale of that parcel.
We get a motion on the floor to reject the bids and done with that.
I'll move it.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Mulder, second by Commissioner Krause. Discussion or questions? Yes?
And this isn't so much for Brian, but at one of our meetings, we discussed we were going to delineate that property before we put it up for sale again. Was that never done? We had that discussion, remember, when we didn't get any bids on it, one of our board meetings, and we were going to delineate after it dried up a little bit more to see how much is buildable or not buildable.
I don't think we've done a formal, Chris escaped, sorry, wetland delineation on it. If I can inquire of that. We have a previous one that was done already.
Okay.
That may have changed in, I guess it's probably been 7 years since the last time that was done. As they can do, but the layers that are on Beacon currently are, as I'm understanding, at least in consideration of the last delineation that was done.
I just thought we had at our board meeting, we discussed that we were going to wait on it, so it's.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And this, just to give some more clarification, is one of those byproducts. We had discussions on this property as well as a couple other EDA properties in name a long time before we came to the conclusion of what our EDA actually is. So we're taking a couple of steps back. This will likely follow the exact same process, just through the guidance and lens of the EDA and the EDA board. So it's certainly accurate anyways to go about this process, and just for the County Board of Commissioners is currently in the process and handed off to the EDA following a very similar procedure and public hearing on their end.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact date, but I think the last delineation happened right before we were going to put the mixed plant for the reconstruction of County 3. I believe it was done at that time to see if they had a large enough footprint to be able to put the mixed plant there.
Yeah, I'm just having a hard time remembering how that all went down. I was on the EDA at the time, and at that time, we didn't know that we are what we are for an EDA. So that was bought with county dollars, correct?
Yeah, true.
And at that time, we recommended to the board, and the board passed buying it, right? It came as a recommendation from the EDA because they didn't know that they could buy it.
Well, I don't know that they didn't know they couldn't buy it, but the EDA as it exists does not have any funding. It's a taxing authority, but it isn't exercising its authority to tax.
Right.
So any funding it ever has or currently has been a byproduct of the County Board of Commissioners' action to fund them as a subsidiary organization. But statutorily, they are their own governance board, So the key at this point is the deed, the conveyance document itself in their name. They are a legal entity. So regardless in this instance who wrote the check, the property is under the ownership of the Waseca County.
So the deed is in the EDA's name.
Yeah, so there are 4 properties in the county that the Waseca County EDA in name. The other 3 are by New 14 to the south or the north. Part of that turned back for New 14, but in total, this one included, there are 4 total properties owned by the EDA.
Okay.
So it'll follow the same process. It'll be advertised again. It'll be competitive again. It'll just be through EDA. And we'll confirm the delineation conversation with them too.
It's a little different. They have a few more steps that they have to go through.
As an EDA, yes.
And if you want to follow Commissioner Christoph, we were on with Mark Lieberman when he was in P&Z. And I believe that money did not come out of the general fund or anything. It was set aside, but I cannot remember from where. But he had the money to purchase those properties.
Right, there was a fund there, but
Yes.
if it was through the sale of something else or accumulation of appropriations from the county, I'd agree. I can't remember where that pot came
Good. All right, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no other discussion, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thank you, Brett. Next, Courthouse Park, new pavilion.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring to the board, direction of moving forward with the construction of the new pavilion out at Courthouse Park that we had recently applied for a 2024 outdoor recreation grant for 2025. And that included multiple projects at Courthouse Park. And unfortunately, we were denied the funds due to 16.5 million in requests and only 4.6 million were available. So Waseca County Facilities had budgeted 108,000 for the 2025 budget for a 50-50 match if we were awarded the grant. These funds have since been removed from the 2025 budget. I feel as the Waseca County Facilities Director, Waseca County could still build this pavilion in 2024 and stay on track with improving our park system as we want to keep improving it. I do feel that the funds are there to accomplish this mission and get this new pavilion constructed and take care of the, basically the disturbed property that's next to the new bathroom that we have out there now. Either way, we're gonna have to do something with that property or that location next to the bathroom if we do not continue with the pavilion right now. So there will be some cost involved to straighten that area out if the pavilion doesn't get built. So my recommendation, I would ask the Waseca County Board of Commissioners to approve moving forward in 2024 with the new pavilion construction at Courthouse Park for the estimated cost of $104,106.40. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get a motion on the floor?
Motion to approve.
And is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Motion by Commissioner Krause, second by Commissioner Milbrand, open for discussion.
Are we gonna leave the other pavilion up?
The other pavilion will stay up until the new one is finished.
Would it be wise just leave both of them up and rent them out if we need to? Multiple locations?
It's, so when we get, in my eyes, that would be kind of hard because when people reserve the pavilions, it's what I've seen in the past is weddings. So you have pretty much the whole grounds that they're taking, or it's family reunions. So depending on the size of the families, I don't know, usually when they rent the pavilion, let me clarify this a little bit more. So it's $40 for the day, and they have that whole back area, and we actually close down that area to the parties that reserve the main pavilion for 24 hours. So I'm not sure how we would separate the two functions if they wanted it private. If that occurred, having two people reserving at the same time.
How do you keep the public out of there if one reserves it, but yet the other people come out to enjoy the park?
We have actually a sign that's at the front, private party.
In the pavilion, but you said you reserve grass area or around it?
So from the pavilion, so it would be from the pavilion area to the backside. So you can still have horse riders that come out there.
Yeah.
Where we have the horse tie downs, and they could still do their horse trails and everything. Basically, they're renting the area where the new pavilion is, the grills, the playground, the bean bags, that area right there.
Okay, so if you put the new pavilion over there, how are you gonna reserve the playground? Because it's across the parking lot.
It's still the same area, it's still north of the bathroom.
Where is the existing from the new pavilion? It's just to the south, right?
Or excuse me, to the south.
To the south.
Sorry, yeah. My directions are right.
Is that that thing?
The old pavilion is on the south side of the park, new pavilion will be
It's way down there.
on the south side of the park.
It effectively attaches to the new restaurant.
Correct.
Yeah, the new pavilion.
Yes.
Was the, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Well, don't attach to it, but it has a walking path.
Was this meant for the old pavilion? Was that ever considered for the pickleball court? Part of it? No.
No, we were going to leave the pad
Yeah.
itself, as we had a couple of games, at least in the interim, that could be utilized for. Honestly, I'd never considered leaving the structure itself, but it's worth the conversation, at least in the interim, nothing else for overflow. The initial concept of removal was in consideration of the grant award, recycling that space.
How often does the pavilion now get reserved?
4 to 5 times a year.
Okay. Just thinking concept overall, if we're putting up a sign that says, okay, this is reserved, and it's only 4 or 5 times a year, and we still have folks that can come out there and ride horses and those kind of things. And I'm just thinking of the flow of the park. We've got this brand new disc golf course out there. Does that preclude people from getting to the disc golf course to use it? And do we have flow so that those, because we've got more uses out there than ever. And so that's my question. Isn't this the same lot where people would park to go play disc golf?
It is.
Okay. And I'm just thinking if that use increases, if that course develops as some would project, is there a need for two pavilions there? Wouldn't it be awesome if 4 times a summer that hosted big disc golf tournaments. And so I'm just thinking about that.
Another thing I had brought up many years ago is we have 3 county parks that get used a lot. You have Flowers, Courthouse Park, and Eustis Park. Courthouse Park is the only park that charges to rent out the pavilion.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something to look at if you take that away. Open it up to, there is no reservation for that pavilion. Why that was put in there back in the day, I have no idea. It's just been in existence for the same price.
If it's 4 or 5 times a year, it's $160 or $200, which doesn't even.
So the other thing to take into consideration too is the old pavilion, we have modified the roof, but we have also put some new structure boards in there approximately 6 years ago. So it was deteriorating and we fixed it to make it safe, but everything could still be continued to deteriorate on it. The posts going down to the concrete, which is in my plan of action to fix in the other parks, which we also have that same issue going on. So that would be your discretion to leave it up or not, but we may have to do some stability stuff on it.
Because I would favor leaving it up for the time being. And then we can always address it if it deteriorates to the point where we don't think it's being used or it's, but I agree that if somebody's out there using the new pavilion and you got pickleball or disc golfers coming off the course and they want a place to sit and shade, they can go to that old pavilion and sit, at least on a picnic table or whatever. I think it would be okay unless it's deteriorating to the point where it's not safe.
So removing that pavilion would have came back to the board anyway, because that was in part of the grant project where the pickleball was going to go.
So that 104,000 does not include taking out the old one.
The old one was actually going to be removed at no cost.
So 85 in build and 18 in electrical.
I think you gotta keep the reservation available for people, because there are some groups that go out there that they do an annual family reunion out there, and they wanna make sure they have that spot available for them. Instead of showing up and then somebody's already in the pavilion, like, oh, we were gonna do this and now we can't.
I agree with that, and we could, it could be
Yeah.
And to let the families know that do reserve it, if there is a disc golf player, they're gonna have to pass through to go ahead and play the ball. I don't know how to.
I'm just saying the reservation part of it is, we discussed making that, but I think the fee, if we eliminate the fee, we're not charging on the other parts.
I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Milbrook. It seems to me that if for now the consensus of the board is that both pavilions stay up. If we're in the middle of, we've already put this nice bathrooms and stuff out there to really improve the place, and we're gonna have to do some dirt work anyway. And so there's something that we gotta do there. And I'm understanding we have the money in the budget to be able to do this new pavilion. It seems that we would want to do that now, knowing that we didn't get the grant, but we have the resources to do that. And I would suggest, it would be my suggestion from a practical end, that that while we still take reservations for that, because we have more uses out there, we have to make a decision whether we're gonna make those uses exclusive or make them fight. Now, if it's once a year that we say, sorry, you can't come out here and do this because somebody is having a wedding out here, I think we have to talk about that. If we really want this to develop for those multiple uses, we can't really say you can't come out. We could say you can reserve this pavilion for your family reunion. Understand there's going to be other people coming through here because we spend all these resources on this big disc golf, and we've got people that want to ride horse, and we're gonna, you absolutely can be here, but there could be other people that come here too. They're not gonna come in and take the food off your table. But it seems to me that that's this is a philosophical question. Are we gonna accommodate multiple uses at the same time or not? And it is my thought that we should, because in the next few years, if this develops as we hope it will, we're going to see increased traffic from the disc golf. And we don't want to stifle folks coming in to do that. We want them, if they show up and want to play, that they can play. That's how you get a name out there, that they come out and play this course and go, this is awesome, and it improves every year, and there's always someplace I can sit afterwards. And
I've been contacted twice for 2 weddings in 2025.
okay.
Mr. Chair. Good. Thank you for that. The comments are helpful. And you mentioned the budget, Commissioner Multer, and I wanted to do due diligence on that too, because perhaps that's the most important element of this right now, talking about moving it up to 2024, how we pay for it. And just to quickly approach that, that was our Fund 11 capital asset budget, not Fund 11, excuse me, capital asset budget for parks in 2024. You see what the current estimation is. We shuffled some things around and were able to move some things up in consideration over the last couple of years as well. But the anticipated cost for 2024 in completion of all of the projects that you see up here being 249, the balance 109, the total for the pavilion 104, balance remaining, and in addition, not losing sight that we are able to then remove the 108 placeholder out of the 2025 budget as well, which I'm doing already. So I just wanted to quickly run through that. And then the additional parking that we've included on it, I mean, I completely agree. I don't foresee us shutting down the park really ever in totality for these special events. I think we have, and the parking I would argue is already a need before some of the amenities, so I think that it'll be helpful and address some of the multi-purpose needs going forward as well. I think maybe we had one wedding that requested use of the 18th hole green, as it provides a really nice stage. So maybe with that minor consideration, hopefully they're not getting discs thrown over their heads while that's happening. But I think people will be, hopefully will be aware of what's going on in those instances as they pop up. But it still continues to be surprising, just relatively how many people aren't even aware that this park exists, or at least in the size, the scope and scale, and the amenities that are out there. So the more we can continue to advertise this, it moves us certainly to want people to utilize it more and more.
We are beginning to work on county parks, capital park system, in that kind of generated back up.
So we do have a motion and a second on the floor for the new pavilion. Possibly take into consideration what to do with the old one before raised or call it what you want. So,
Yeah, nothing will happen with the existing pavilion without it coming back to the board. We can say that.
yes. All right, if there's no other discussion, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thanks, Brian. That was mine. Next, administration updates. Michael.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I won't take too much time. I'm going to defer a little bit of this to Tina, but I just wanted to point out that we added a placeholder for EDA updates under this administration area. I think that's really helpful for you to have Tina coming back to you. Some weeks may be longer than others, of course, but just to have a constant source of communication and update with the board, I think is helpful in that space, as well as give you the ability to bounce some questions off of her and maybe inform her and staff of things you're hearing or tasks you'd like us to follow up on. But thank you again for the time this morning. From a budget standpoint, there'll be much more of that to come. Just a reminder to please send me any questions or tasks you want me to specifically address in that world. I'd be happy to get you some more information. Just updates on investments and the plan that pertains to the 2025 budget and even the 2024 budget. As you know, and I provided in more detail in the forecast document, we're doing very well from an investment standpoint. And even this week, we're still seeing average 7-day yields in excess of 5.25%. That's just our liquid cash in the magic fund, which is really good, of course. And even the 6-month CDs are in excess of 5.5% that we're seeing. So why does that matter now? Well, Fed did not lower any interest rates most recently, and they are essentially saying, yeah, but we're going to do it in September because all of the markers are there from an economies of scale standpoint to do so. It takes some time for that to trickle down to the investments, but we'll see likely an immediate reaction to that from the earnings potential from an interest rate too, as they tend to model each other, what it costs to borrow versus what you're earning to lend. So we'll be a little bit more aware of that as we get into the end of this year and especially into 2025 as we look to ladder out those investments even more to be recession-proof, if you will. Not forecasting a recession, that's not what that means. That just means that there are ways to defray reductions in the basis points of the market by trying to bridge that gap with every year having some things maturing and every year we're investing. We'll be a little bit more front-loaded on the investment side of things when you anticipate a decline, so that you try to bridge that 3 to 5 year gap of still higher returns and just work it out from a cash flow standpoint. So we're in a very good position to look at that. But in light of 2024, we'll certainly exceed what the anticipated budget would be in the 2024 program for interest. And that should play a factor, I would argue, for the 2025 program. Either in expediting anticipated expenditures in 2025 so that they don't get factored into the budget or levy. We don't have to talk about them. We don't have to figure them out. We don't have to potentially remove something else. And then just the overall methodology of reserve dollars and how they're treated and applied is I don't have a desire to see robust reserves. But from my standpoint, you can certainly disagree with me there if you'd like, but that's just I'm laying my cards on the table for what I would anticipate. I built some of that into the forecast that I sent you. After I sent that out, we got confirmation from the auditors who could send us some advance notice for our 2023 report. Estimates only, of course, there's nothing finalized. We haven't got finalized documents yet, hoping to a while ago, but hoping to soon, from them. But all that to say, we have flexibility for both consideration of what we'll see in 2023 audited financial statements, what we will experience in 2024, actual expenditures versus revenue, and what we could budget for and plan for in 2025. So I'll be working with a couple of staff and departments based upon their preliminary budgetary programs that I've seen for 2025, especially centering around those capital expenditures, or as I mentioned earlier, the one-time and a long-time expenditures, to see what is realistic to move up in the 2024 program so that it can be removed from the 2025 program. That just overall helps with the ongoing levy sustainability as well too. So we don't have those roller coaster type of shifts in the future. Any questions on that? Hopefully that made sense at a high level, but we'll explore that more in depth this next Tuesday as well. Read from today. Okay. And then again, if you have any conflicts or issues with the schedule, we looked at briefly this morning in the work session, you have as part of that forecast summary, let me know. So otherwise, I'm planning for every Tuesday morning from here through September 17th.
And always at 8 o'clock.
Yes. I'll try not to trick you.
Very good. It's easily done.
Couple of HR updates. You have the handout in front of you. You met a couple of newer staff this morning. Do have one additional new individual from the License Bureau that we didn't get in here today. We'll do that in the near future. Current recruiting activities as you see them. Anniversary dates are there for you on the backside if you'd like to reach out or connect with those individuals. Thank them for their time and service in Waseca County. Next meeting, reminder, you're on task for serving lunch. So staff picnic is August 20th. So immediately following the meeting, we'll head across the street, assuming there isn't rain. If there's rain, we'll try to shift and probably get some food out of this space. So just keeping that in mind.
They talked with Melissa too. I think there was one resignation that she failed to put on the sheet from it as a deputy point of view.
Oh, okay. That's good. I'm blanking on who that is, I guess.
Joe Barb Connect is not our watershed management coordinator.
Oh, no, he's not.
And Mary Knoll is not the License Bureau specialist for the work.
Not anymore.
She's in.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, thanks for interesting. Anything else, Charles?
We don't have a city county meeting tonight or tomorrow, correct?
That is correct. So I did reach out to the city manager this morning. I had a placeholder on my calendar too, and I think that was just a byproduct of when we first started talking about cannabis a couple of weeks ago. So the city shifted their meeting because of the National Night Out, I think that's right. So the placeholder, they have a placeholder on there right now for a public hearing, a first foray, if you will, into the world of cannabis in ordinance form. There'll be more conversation on that. They still have a moratorium in place through the end of the year as well. Nothing is happening in immediacy. I think it was just the placeholder that the city would be first going through that draft. So they're continuing to work through that conversation, meeting often with Carl and the Waseca School Superintendent, Eric Hudspeth, as well, just on some joint projects that we're continuously working on and talking through. Tina gets involved in some of those spaces too. Tina and I will be chatting with Senior Center on Wednesday just to talk about some future planning concepts there. So I'm in a lot of meetings.
And just to clarify, we still have the 19th at 6:30, correct?
19th at 6:30 in this room, unless we really anticipate exceeding this space. All of the municipalities and S41 school district have confirmed to attend. Sounds like our planning commission has a desire to attend as well, just to hear some conversation, and we'll extend that out to townships as they have a desire. We may start to exceed the occupancy of this space if that happens, and if we need to try to shift locations, we can to the high school as well.
What did you say?
That's the 19th.
The 19th.
Yeah.
All right, I just want to make sure I had them right, because I
Yeah,
have a couple multiple meetings
Sure.
tied up.
And I think there's a hold on your calendar.
Yes, there is.
Okay, so that, yeah, we originally talked about the 12th as well too, and I have the weeks wrong because that's the normal meeting night for 3 of our cities. So I push it back that one.
Thank you.
Tina, any updates?
Yeah. It's been a busy couple of weeks. If I could just go back to the EDA, when an economic development authority sells a piece of property, they have to comply with the Business Subsidy Act. And part of that act is that the intended or the successful bidder or an intended purchaser of the property must declare what the purpose they're going to use for the property, as well as giving their background that they're qualified. And in their deed, where they take title to the property, there's a clawback clause. So they have 12 months to perform on what they're saying that they're going to do. So there's just a few extra steps that need to go through for an EDA. The intention is obviously to bring development to the community and into the county. And so the business subsidy law puts those extra requirements in place for sale of a property. It's been a busy couple of weeks. So part of the transition from the city is that I am still, as a consultant to the city of Waseca, still doing some of their economic development projects. And in line with that, I have made arrangements to connect this month. Yesterday, I had a very energetic meeting in Waldorf with the mayor and city clerk. I'm helping them go through a process. Someone would like to donate some land to them for the Veterans Memorial Park, so I'm helping them go through that process and working with the county and getting that split done. I'll be in Janesville tomorrow for their EDA meeting. I'll be at the City of Waseca's EDA meeting on the 14th. And then I'm also scheduled to go to New Richland on the 26th. We're going to do a little business reception networking event before their meeting. So I'm going to go out there and have a chance to meet some of that community. Been working prior to joining the county on the child care initiative. And there's been some movement on that. So we'll continue to pull the stakeholders together. I am scheduled to attend a conference in September that's geared towards greater Minnesota and what are some solutions that other rural communities have done in order to increase the capacity for childcare, and dovetailing in with some other opportunities. So hopefully more of that to come for you. I have had some grant conversations. I've been meeting with a committee for courthouse security, and I'll be working with them on a grant application that's due at the end of the month. I also have met with Sarah and Leah from Public Health and have tied into the grant that they would like to apply for. So I will be watching they always do a series of videos. So tomorrow, on Thursday is the webinar on the notice of funding announcement and what are those things that we need to make sure are in that grant application. I did work with Brian on the Parks on a Ship grant. That's for hydration stations and a bike repair. So I was able to work with him on that one. I wasn't in front of you, but I brought to you Catherine Lays from UM Extension and on the forward proposal.
And we did see a draft document, but she's on vacation and it doesn't have a signature thing, so know that that's coming back to you at the next meeting. But they're very excited about presenting a proposal to you to move forward with the Forward project. And I think the last thing is I will be continuing to meet on a regular basis. Carl's buying lunch, meeting with John Fork on staying in touch with what's happening with the city of Waseca. And we'll continue to respond to RFIs that we received from Deed on those for the city and on behalf of the county. So that's kind of the short story of the last 2 weeks, is trying to, do that transition and keep those connections. And I'm excited to be here. And did you have any questions?
Questions for anyone? Would this 26th in Richland, is that something I could take along with?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So it's my understanding it's the regular EDA meeting. And as you know, there's been some changes in leadership happening. And so, yeah, I think they're going to start at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Or I either need to leave here at 4. I'll check, Commissioner, and let you know. I got an email on it. She connected me with Tony Martins. And so I reached out to him yesterday to see if we could maybe connect by phone. But yeah, absolutely, I think it'd be a good thing.
Yeah, okay.
I would say the same thing is true on the Janesville side if.
Oh, absolutely. So it's the Janesville EDA regular meeting tomorrow morning. I want to say it starts at 9 o'clock. And so, yeah. And just so, because I'm still learning, who should I have told I was going to Waldorf yesterday?
That's my
Oh,
district
okay,
also.
all right.
Yeah, and was that had to do with the Veterans Memorial Park?
Yeah.
That land transfer?
Yeah, to kind of help them find their way through that. Mayor indicated that he was putting together an economic development committee, and they are working on a new set of code of ordinances. And but currently this parcel of land is under the code that they have from 2006. So we just kind of talked through what was existing and how to see that happen. So it will go in front of the city council again next Monday. It'll be on the agenda to authorize it in that way. I think the original was authorizing accepting the donation, but they didn't do it from the planning commission side. So lots of wonderful, full of energy thoughts for Waldorf.
Yeah, the mayor down there is very enthusiastic and
Yes.
Put a lot of time in it.
Yes. Yeah.
It's good. Other questions for Tina?
And with that, Tina is going to be working on just getting some full county collaborative meetings in the EDA space going forward after she makes those introductions and touch points. But we're looking at what that can look like on a recurring basis, just to get all of those EDA minds in the same room at the same time.
I actually got the invitation to attend the Janesville EDA meeting tomorrow before I was a county employee. So it's like, hey, guess what? I'm right. So yeah, and there's still some things that, people to connect with and reestablish, hey, I used to be here and now I'm here. And I appreciate moving up to the county and being able to help more people here.
Thank you.
And I don't want to assume to speak for the other board members, but obviously we all have a stake in the economic development of the county as a whole. And I know I can speak for myself when I say, if you at any time think that I should be in the room for something, please don't hesitate to reach out and say, I think it would be helpful if you were here for this, because I want to be able to do that and trust your judgment. I don't need to be everything you're at. I would just, if it would be helpful, please don't hesitate to contact me.
I appreciate that. I did ask Travis in GIS to give me a map of your districts, and I just got that, so that I could have an understanding of who goes where. So yeah, I'm excited about it.
Perfect. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sheila.
I don't want to throw you on the spot, Karen. Do you have any updates from Mint?
I'll pass, thank you.
Really?
She could be here a long time, probably.
Yeah. I was just wondering if Mr. Kraus had any updates for us as far as broadband and insight, how fiber is going in the ground, how much progress they've made down on the southern part.
It's a big.
Well, you don't have to go that far.
No,
We're getting
minutes.
hungry, you know. Yeah, that's fine, that's just so I don't mess up anything. The broadband stuff, I think, has been moving quite well. The state border-to-border program has been in existence for 11 years. They've had 10 rounds of funding. We were successful in round 9. That was the southern part of Waseca County, more than 500 subscribers to that. Signups have been excellent. People have been really positive in signing up. They've been doing the construction of the lane of the fiber has been going on for about 5 weeks now. And we expect to hear an answer on round 10 by the end of August. So round 9 underway, moving forward. Signups have been very good. And it's really kind of proceeding. We got a wet spring, as you know, but then subsequently they've been doing really well. I had lunch with Bill Eccles, and he said that getting the permits from Waseca was a breeze. And they confirmed now that the link up will also include the physical recycling center just off of Highway 13. So that's all moving forward. Round 10, if we get successful round 10, it will move all of our connections further north, and it will start to include some of the areas that we saw on the map from Midco. It will start to include 200 more connections. Michael, if I could you call up on the computer just that one sheet on the BEAD map? I'd like to show it to the commissioners because it does a good job, I think. If you go to the Office of Broadband Development and then the BEAD subset, the subheading, it shows it really in a nice way where we are in Waseca County. I should just mention, we met with Midco this morning. They introduced themselves. Midco has been very active in the last 2 years and expanding all across southern Minnesota. And they are 49% owned by Comcast and 51% owned by Midco. And by teaming up with Comcast, they've been really keen to expand wireless networks where large swaths of land, yeah, great.
Just tell me which one you want, Steve.
Yeah, not the BEAD challenge process.
The challenge portal.
Yeah,
That
of course.
takes you to the map.
Yeah, and then the top
At the
one,
top.
submit challenges, the very top one. Yeah, there you go. And then type in, on the left-hand side, type in county, type in county, and then Waseca County. Yeah, if you hit the little arrow, Waseca County, and then if you go on the address label, you type in Waseca County, there you go.
Oh, I missed it.
There you go. And then Waseca. And then you'll see, this is the FCC data. There you go. And that shows Waseca County, and this is where, this includes all of round 9. It does not include round 10 because funding decisions haven't been made. But if we get round 10, you see those, wherever it's green, the FCC says we meet coverage targets. Wherever it's yellow, it means we have coverage, but it's too slow. And where it's red, you see that little bit of red.
That's me.
That means unserved. And green means served. And served in this definition is 100 over 20. So 100 download and 20 upload. But if we get grant 10, that little centerpiece, a lot of the yellow will disappear. The way I count it, there'll probably be 3 locations in the St. Mary's area. Yeah, you can see some of those red dots there. If you go on up to the all button right in the middle on the top, you go and you just click on the red, just unserved. Those will be the only locations that we won't have service. So, I mean, that's probably a lot of numbers to toss at you, but basically, the FCC data says there are 8,043 connections in Waseca County. Served is 7,938, underserved 92, and unserved before grant round 10 is 13. So the bottom half will have fiber, and BevCom will have that done by the end of summer next year. And Midco is providing services to the to the whole county. But if you look out in the northern half, the reason why we get so many green spots is they are including wireless networks. Up until now, we've been fiber to the premise, but the FCC for BEAD funding, not state funding, but for federal funding, is including fixed wireless. So if we go up there, if you click on any of those green things, if you go, let's just pick a green spot in there, please, Michael, and anywhere that you see there. And
I gotta go back to our county first.
okay. Yeah, if you go in there, yeah, just click on that. And then on any of the green dots. Now you see, there you go, perfect example. Those are the providers, and you see how Midco shows up? Midco is reporting 100 over 20, 100 over 20, and that's considered to be served. But most people in Waseca County don't know about Midco, because they're a newcomer. And that's why Michael was smart enough and kind enough to get them on the agenda today, so you could at least meet with the Midco services. Now, if you take that to the southern part of Waseca County, you will see Midco, and you will also see BevCom, because BevCom is secured the grant. Yeah, so click on any of those and see if it shows up. Take a green dot. There you go, a good one. You see Midco shows that they could serve it, but it's funded. You see the middle green one? You see border to border BevCom. So that one gets green, even though they don't have the service yet. It's green because funding is going there, and they're doing the service by the end of next summer. So that dot, that address that you can see, if you see the green spot there, that's the address. If you look at that address, they are going to be served by BevCom on a border-to-border grant round 9. But today, if that address wants to get internet, they could ask Midco to come out and connect to them. Right now, there's 26 people who've had Midco services in Waseca County. Next week, it'll be a few more, but this, as of today, 26. And out of the 26, only 1 has not been able to get a connection. So they're advertising, you see right there, they're advertising 100 over 20. And so far, 25 out of 26 have gotten that or better.
And perhaps equally as important, they've actually provided the advertised speeds that their site can provide.
Yes.
Which is not the case most of the time. I'm just wondering.
Yes.
How, because I don't know how often the rest of you, but on a regular basis, in the northern part of the county, people say, oh my gosh, my internet is so bad. When is the county gonna do something about this? Because they've heard about the Bevcom deal in the southern part of the county. I think we need to think of a way, because I don't care who they get, I want them to have decent service. Is there a way that we can link some of this information onto our website? A link to this map, so that people could go and look and see what the possibilities are, and then we would be able to say, we've got a link on the county website under our broadband tab, and there's different providers that provide different things, and that would give you an idea of who provides what, and we don't make any guarantees about the information, but this is what the Office of Broadband Development has. And that would give us a place to go.
Certainly, yes, indeed, we can do that. And we could link them right up. This is, Michael went to the Office of Broadband Development. We can absolutely link that there. The technique is just trying to find the right little buttons to press.
Sure.
But yeah, we could do a hyperlink and get that folks going there.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of a way to help give our residents resources.
Yeah, good. Please, we will do that.
That'd be awesome.
Could I just ask you one more time, Michael? Could you go into that one and type in the state of Minnesota? Yeah, because when you look at Minnesota, you can see.
Is that in here?
It wasn't, probably have to go back to. Because it'll show the big empty spots in Minnesota right now are the Northeast. And unlike the state program that focused on wired services, meaning fiber to the premise. There you see, there you go, thank you, Michael. There you see, that's what the gap is in Minnesota. If you take a look at the numbers, basically it's 2 million connections in Minnesota, 1.9 million have services, but the 100,000 that don't have service is in the Northeast. And what do you have there? Lakes, trees, and very low population density. So in the past, the state of Minnesota prioritized not Northeast, but where the population was and where they could get fiber. And Waseca is a good example where we're getting fiber. But now with the federal funds, they're saying internet for all, including wireless. And so I think, we'll wait and see now what happens, but I think you're gonna see a lot of wireless connections and probably satellite connections in northeastern Minnesota, because it'd be very difficult to do fiber there. But if you just look at southern Minnesota, you see how difficult it's gonna be. The first block of money from federal monies is gonna go to northeast Minnesota. It won't be southern Minnesota. It's because they're prioritizing the red dots. But when you go back, now if we just look at the state again, if you look at southern Minnesota, see on the south, we're pretty good. We have a little trouble over there in Winona and along the river areas. But across the 2 or 3 counties across, that's where Midco has also picked up a lot of connections. Does that make sense? I hope that wasn't too much, but one of the things that Michael just stressed is really important. We have until August 21st. If we disagree with any of this, we have till August 21st to sign a challenge. And then a challenge will be responded to by the internet company. And one of the reasons why we invited Midco here today, we want to make sure that Midco's delivering on what they're saying. And so far, by going into FUFLA, you can actually check to see if their speeds are good, and they are. I talked with Bill Eccles yesterday, and he says, Steve, he said, Bevcom will not fight what Midco is providing, because they're providing speeds what they advertise is what they're getting, they're delivering. So Bill, I wanted to make sure that Bill is comfortable with Midco being here today, and he says absolutely. Because Midco is providing fixed wireless, and they're meeting the speeds that they're advertising. Whereas the Bevcom is doing wired services. And one of the things I would be grateful to, Brad, I know you know the towers very, very well. I think there's 5 towers right now that Midco's using, including the one 3 miles north of Waseca. But if we could get that spot around St. Mary's covered, that would be great. And I appreciate your comment today.
You'll notice that this spot, most disparate area is that same blank spot that Midco showed you on their map as well.
Yeah. And I've been up to a couple of residents, Hildebrand. That's gonna be a tough one. That was gonna be a tough one. Just because of the geography. So thanks. So hopefully we'll get good news by the end of the month on round count. That's the key date for us. Thanks.
All right, now the moment everyone's been waiting for, the commissioner reports. Commissioner Walter, would you like to begin?
Just a sec here. To
16.
Okay. Yep, 16th, we had board meeting, work session, a board meeting. We did some of us went to the 10-year anniversary of the drug court, which was awesome. Then we had Min Prairie in the afternoon. Wednesday, we had a meeting of the Waseca CHB Executive Committee, which is 2 commissioners from each of the counties and our county administrators and our public health directors to talk through what we see changing in our community health board. And had some good conversation and did that again yesterday. 18th, had a discussion about where the joint leadership team on public health in the state of Minnesota is going. Then had a SHAC leadership and MDH support staff meeting, and that evening, the South Central Minnesota Multi-County HRA. And there are some things happening there now that Amberfield is gone, and we had some discussion about appropriations there, and what we still are paying an appropriation for this year on our levy based on that settlement agreement, but next year that's going to be no more. Yes, which would be basically to help fund administration of that HRA. Let's see, then more of a quiet week, which was nice. We've got a 4th and a 5th week. It's like, oh my goodness, I'm not busy every day. I did meet with Steve, came over to my house. We had tea and conversation, all things broadband. It was fabulous. And we too continue to wait to hear what comes next. On July 25th, I took part in the coffee conversation and consideration from SHAC on opioids and fentanyl. And that's a great resource. They're offering it like 4 times a year, different hot topics. The next one's going to be on mental health, and it's an hour. They have an expert come in, talk about the big picture stuff, and then you get a chance to get in small groups and talk with other folks, other county folks, and not just necessarily commissioners, but oftentimes public health people about how that particular topic, how we might be addressing it or could address it better. You get some ideas, which is great. Friday the 26th, I had the One Watershed, One Plan LeSueur Policy Advisory Committee, over in Freeborn County. That was an interesting full morning. Then this last week, I took part on the 31st in an AMC training seminar on succession and transition planning within counties. That was super interesting. Of course, it's mostly geared toward key staff, but also some thoughts about, we don't serve forever either. What are we doing to prepare folks who might take our spot here someday? Had a number of calls about library board things with our chair, Betty Traxler, and had some great help from our human resources department in helping me understand our library board better. Friday, I was at the LPHA Region 6 meeting out at our public health and was warmly welcomed there and got a chance to learn more about the regional public health. And then yesterday, I was with Chelsea Huntley from MBH and the SHAC chair, Terrell Clark, talking about the infrastructure innovation grant funds that are another 2.4 million and what direction we might be interested in exploring with those funds. We had a CHB joint executive committee over in LeSueur County, talked about possible changes in our CHB. You're going to hear more about that this afternoon. We had some talk last time. Those talks continue, and we're going to bring to you some thoughts and want some feedback from you. Then I met with Terrell Clark to get ready for our SHAC executive committee meeting and joint leadership team for Minnesota Public Health yesterday afternoon. And here we are today.
Thank you, Commissioner Mulder. Commissioner Krause?
Back to July 17th, we had our regular EDA meeting at 8:30 that morning. The 22nd of July, ended up meeting with Chris Howard, Land and Water, and Michael in the morning, and then HRC in the evening. On the 29th was our regular P&Z meeting at 9 a.m., which kind of got into a cannabis meeting. That was very confusing. There's a lot to that cannabis stuff, oh my goodness. But then talked a little budget, and then Thursday the 1st was our planning commission meeting in the evening. Otherwise, I've been, well, yesterday was last night was the storm. Last night, that was, if you were out in my area, that was got to be pretty spooky with things going on. So, with some damage here and there and trees, and so I spent a few hours last night just trying to clean up and get through barns and stuff, but otherwise it's been very busy out there in my area with Midwest and DEFCON running around with lights flashing up and down the road just about everywhere as they're gradually getting in putting in the tubes, and then they'll be putting in the fiber and going under the crossroads and putting boxes and posts by the ends of every constituent's driveway. So otherwise, that brings us to today.
Close and remonumentation.
I haven't seen a whole lot of anything out there yet, so I haven't asked Jim about it. They haven't been digging in any roads yet, but that wouldn't come until next year. So,
thank you, Commissioner Christopherson.
Okay, the 16th, we had an Prairie Joint Powers Board after this meeting. not a lot to report there. July 17th, then I was with Commissioner Krause at the EDA meeting. 25th, I took a week off there, went to South Dakota. Got back the 25th. MRC, we had a Zoom meeting. I'm on the General Government Committee, so we were going over legislative platform. They're wanting to update that, eliminate some of their key points and reword some of their platforms. So some of that, 29th, P and Z subcommittee, 31st is in that succession Zoom meeting. South Country Health Alliance is going to be facing some key people leaving in the next 2 to 5 years with retirements. So they wanted us to sit in on that and try to get some ideas on how to prepare for that. So August 1st, then the next day was our South Country Health Alliance Joint Powers Board meeting. The 2nd was union negotiations with Commissioner Hargit. It was all day pretty much, or it sure felt like it. And August 5th, yesterday, I was with Commissioner Malter with the executive committee for CHP. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Christopherson. Commissioner Milburn?
Well, I've been fortunate for the past couple of weeks. I haven't had nothing as far as meetings go.
Oh, sweet.
So I've had a couple of weeks off other than my coffee with the commissioners on Saturdays. Last night I had a meeting at the Arts Council, and they got some water damage. One of their water lines broke above their air conditioner for the drain. A little bit of damage there, so we don't have an estimate of what the cost is yet to fix that, but there'll be an insurance claim for that as well. That brings us today.
I would like to say to Commissioner Milbrook to keep those Monday motivations coming. I like those. I like reading through those.
That is good. All right, yeah, it was kind of quiet right after the last board meeting. Monday, the 29th at 9 a.m., I met with Michael. Wednesday, the 31st, we had met in the jury room for courthouse security. And then, like Commissioner Christopherson said, we had union negotiation for contracts last Friday. And that brings us to today. There might have been a phone call or two in there somewhere.
Phone call.
Or something. All right, I would look for, if there's nothing else coming before this board, I would look for a motion. And is there a second?
Yep.
Motion by Commissioner Krause, second by Commissioner Milbrat. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign, motion carries. 12:04. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.